Ho 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 ho! Hello! Hello, henchbuns! Welcome back to Rokenjima. A lot of things happened last time. We basically wrapped up a lot of these plot points. We're kind of running towards a conclusion here, which is interesting because there's a whole episode left. I feel like the whole episode 8 will just be a lot of denouement, as they say in La France. I don't have much more to say. A lot of things were revealed, or, you know, kind of confirmed. Revealed if you weren't paying attention, confirmed if you were, is what I'll say. The finale is finally in view. That's true. That's right. We've had all the whodunits, the howdunnits, and the whydunnits explained. That means the story is over, right? We can just jump into these tea parties. Everything will be fine. This definitely isn't the tragic conclusion that was already foregone as of episode 1. So, I'm sure no other shoes will drop during these tea parties after that very nice, kind of heartwarming, but still bittersweet funeral for Beato at the end of episode 7 proper. By the by, we're still running our donation goal for the Classic Sonic Marathon. We're just a little over halfway there, which is exciting. So if you'd like to contribute, please consider it. In the meanwhile, let's get on these. Let's spill the tea, sisters. Let's see how this goes. I've been told these tea parties are quite long, which is why I wanted to save them for their own stream, basically. And I'm glad it worked out that way. When I came to, all was silent. The room was dimly lit, and yet it was massive. Where on earth is this? I was sitting at what seemed to be a very short sofa. It was very constricting and looked like there were several more of them off to each side of me. Am I up to date with G-Witch? Yes, I am. Yep, I watched the last episode. Last Sunday, last Soletta Sunday. Lots of good things are happening in that show, too. Once I noticed that, I realized that I was in a theater. Oh, hello, Leon. I don't know how long I've been here, and more importantly, I don't know where this is. Beatrice's funeral ended. Everyone went back to the mansion, and after that, my memory gets fuzzy, and I can't recall anything else. Then I was surprised to notice the presence of another person. Apparently, I wasn't the only one sitting in the audience seating of this vast theater. The sound had come from a seat to the side of mine. When I looked, I saw a girl sitting several seats off to my left. It was a face I had never seen before. Who is she? She looked like a high schooler or a college student, about the same age as I was. Oh, is this Ange? She groaned. Apparently, she had just woken up. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to introduce myself first.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Apparently, she was equally surprised to find someone other than herself here. She jumped when she heard my greeting.
誰あんた私も同じ気持ちです
You feel the same way, which is who the hell are
ど
you?
うやら私たちは望まずしてここにいるらしいそれ片翼の紋章えこの紋章をご存知なんですか
She looked suspiciously at the one-winged crest emblazoned on my collar. Her stare, which was unmoving but not openly hostile, wasn't exactly pleasant for me.
先に私が名乗りましょう私は後宮リオンと申します
I'm sure things are gonna only get better from here.
後宮え何リオンです理科の理に魚するの魚でリオンと読みます珍しい名前でしょ名前の珍しさならでもごめんなさい私はあんたを知らないわ道理でしょうね私もあなたを知りませんからそうじゃなくてあんた誰後宮家にあんたなんかいないわどうしてそう決めつけられるんです あなたは当家と何か関わりが？私が後ろ宮家の人間だからよ。それは。
She showed me her left sleeve, and the crest of the one-winged eagle emblazoned upon it.
お言葉を返すようですが、あなたこそ誰です？
Girls meet up. Well, they, them, and a girl.
後ろ宮家であなたを
Leon
見たこ
is
とがない。
ambiguous. On purpose.
細切れにされたり、朗読させられた
I
り。
feel like girly can be a gender-neutral term. If it isn't, I want it to be.
次は何？今度はどこの
Okay,
魔
so
女に
this
入
is
れてみるの？
after
これは。
episode 4 for Anj. Witch. Haha. A little bit of wordplay. She spat out those words and seemed to be complaining about something.
エンジェ。私は後ろ宮エンジェ。ルドルフとキリエの娘よ。エンジェちゃん？だってエンジェちゃんはまだ6つのはず。
Listen, time is,
私が6つだったのは六軒島で最後の親族会議があったあの年の
time is
話。
convoluted here on
な
Rokenjima.
るほど。あんたが1986年の人間であることは分かったわ。私は18よ。そして1998年の人間。つまり12年後の未来のエンジェちゃん。納得してもらえて嬉しいわ。でも申し訳ないことに、私にあなたに
Leon's
心
seen a
当たりが
lot of
ない。
things today. They can believe
あ
it.
なたは誰？親は？父はクラウス、母はナツヒです。それはジェシカお姉ちゃんだわ。ジェシカは妹です。どういうこと？ジェシカお姉ちゃんは一人っ子じゃなかったの？
By this point, I was starting to figure out the situation this Anja had come from. She's probably from the world where I was awakened as a witch, the world where Leon doesn't exist.
説明するのは難しいですが、こう思ってください。
Yeah,
あな
Leon's
たの知る
definitely
世
had a
界と
weird
別
day.
の
They
世
don't
界で
know,
は、
they barely know what's
私も
going on.
後ろ宮家の人間なんです。
They were barely able to keep up, but at least they got the gist.
あなたの世界での私は別の運命により別の人生を歩み、後ろ宮家の人間として生きてはいないのです。あんた魔女なの？残念ながら普通の人間です。今の話は
I'm so
魔女のベ
normal.
ルンカステルさんに教えられたことです。
Leon is so
ベルンカステル？
normal.
あの青い長髪のネクラそうな顔した？
That's the one.
ええ、多分そんな容姿だったと思います。つまり私はまた魔女の茶番に付き合わされてるわけね。ここは一体？私もさっき目を覚ましたばかりです。ここはどこでしょう？劇場に見えるわ。何かを感激しろってのかしら。今はそういう気分ではありませんね。出口を探しましょう。
Let's make a swift exit, stage left.
これ。え？あ、これ
Oh,
は。
they're probably chained to their seats or something. I heard a sound effect earlier. I finally noticed. Both my wrists and ankles had chains attached to them. As long as I sat here, I had enough slack that I could move about a little, but it would look like there wouldn't be nearly enough for me to get out of this place.
いつの間に誰がこんなことを？魔女の駒に落ちたら永遠にあいつらのおもちゃよ。逃げられない。
Anja crossed her legs, making the chains clink together. She realized that no amount of struggling could have broken those chains. Getting panicky wouldn't accomplish anything. Yeah, we're in a bit of a Saw situation here. She must have had nerves of steel.
魔女の駒とは？あいつらの下僕みたいなもんよ。私は取引したの。家族に会いたい。あの日から連れ戻したいって。魔女はその可能性を与える代わりに、
Yeah, it was a
私を
bad
魔女の
deal.
駒としたわ。少なくとも魔女は約束を守ったわね。お兄ちゃんに会うことだけはできたんだし。バトラ君のこと？エンジェだと名乗ることもできなかったけどね。そしてそのささやかな時間と引き換えに、私は今もこうして魔女のおもちゃ箱の中から永遠に抜け出せない。どうやらあんたもそのお仲間のようね。何を契約したの？私は何も。何かを魔女に望んだんじゃないの？何も。私という存在が どれだけ奇跡であるかを教えてもらいました。それだけです。いずれにせよ、私たちはここから逃れられない。さあ、魔女たち、今度はどんな余興を見せてくれるの？朗読の次は感激？今度は私が
Well, that
誰かの
is
朗読を見るっ
what
ていうの？
feathering is.
ならば始めてちょうだい。私はとっくに退屈しているの。
Anji yelled this to the pitch black stage. Her voice reverberated throughout the theater, but no one gave an answer. No, someone did. And that was also in a voice that rang out across the theater. However, that voice sounded theatrical, as though someone was announcing the start of a play.
あの日に何があったかって教えてなんてあげないわ。へそで
Oh,
も
hello,
込んで死ん
Avatrice.
じゃえば。
Why are you still here? Why are you still here, Avatrice?
あのババアよ。
She is a
エヴ
hag,
ァおば
that's
さんの
right.
声だわ。あの日に何があったかと。
Eva is perhaps the ultimate hag.
1986年10月4日から5日の2日間、六軒島で
She is the hag to end all hags, the final boss of hagitude.
今日ですね。
Today is October 4th, 1986. As a prelude to the family conference, Beatrice's funeral was held.
驚いたわ。あんたは1986年の10月4日から来たっていうの？教えて、一体この2日間に何があったの？
The answer she seeks is inside the cat box. All I can tell her about is my close call with a sad life. However, I doubt that explanation will satisfy her. Just made some paninis? Yo, nice. How we doing? Well, we're trapped in a theater, so that's not great. It's a little bit of a jigsaw moment. Then, a pillar of bright light pierced the stage. Oh, hello. There stood a white shadow. That white dress was obviously Claire's. Of course, Anja didn't recognize her. She looked suspicious, apparently wondering who in the world this was. However, even I felt as though something was wrong. Didn't she settle all of her regrets in that funeral a short while ago, before being sent off into the next world? She stood all alone in the narrow beam of light in the center of the stage, and the expression on her face was lifeless. The light began to grow brighter and brighter. It shone more and more fiercely on her until it became blinding just to look at her. Ouchie. The world was enveloped by a light so bright that we couldn't open our eyes. Surrounded by a sound like wind or television static, and our minds began to go blank. Ah, we're back here.
はあ、今年も見事に咲いたもんや。
これを手入れするのは大変だろうぜ。めでるだけの俺たちは楽なもんだ。
どうかね。手入れしてくれる人たちに感謝しなくちゃ。でもちょっと品がないのよね。兄さんが変に手を加える前の方が素敵だったわ。昔のも昔ので味わいがあってよかったわよね。
Are we about to witness some sort of inciting incident?
マリアバラ好き。トゲがなければもっと好き。
ひゃー、懐かしいなこのバラ庭園。この6年ですっかり忘れてたぜ。
Yeah, you forgot about a lot of other stuff as we've established.
もうそんなになるんだね。このバラ庭園も、そしてバトラ君も本当に見違いだよ。
あ、紹介するよ。使用人のカノン君。バトラとは初対面だよな。
はじめまして。
俺のことはバトラって呼んでくれよな。よろしく頼むぜ。
今日はシャノンもいるぜ。一緒に遊んだの覚えてる？
ああ、シャノンちゃん。すっかり忘れてたぜ。懐かしいな。
Oh boy.
元気にしてるかい？この6年でますます綺麗になったよ。
後で挨拶するといいよ。
シャノンはジョージお兄ちゃんと仲良しなの。
マリア、それは内緒
It's so funny reading all this back, knowing now that what we know.
それでは皆様、そろそろゲストハウスの方へご案内いたします。
Every line becomes 500% more funny. After enjoying the lovely welcome provided by the roses, the relatives followed Goda in the direction of the guest house. October 4th, 1986. Rokenjima. In a world without Leon. On the day of the Ushiromiya family conference. Nothing good happens, that's for sure. Maria read a mysterious letter aloud after dinner, just as she had been told to. The writer of the letter claimed to be the Golden Witch Beatrice and challenged the family. Try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. Otherwise, I will take everything. It was Beatrice's announcement of the game's start, the same as the usual games. Had an unknown person appeared related to the problem of the inheritance's distribution? Where was the 20 billion yen worth of gold hidden? What was the purpose of this letter? For what goal had it been written? Who on earth is this Beatrice? It was the usual dinner on October 4th, where several bits of suspicion and paranoia intertwined.
ジョージ君、申し訳ないけど、みんなと一緒にゲストハウスに戻っててくれるかしら。ごめんね。
シャノン、子供たちをゲストハウスへ。私たちはこのまま親族会議に入ります。
はい、かしこまりました。
黄金の魔女ベアトリー。
Yeah, this is good Japanese economy, and that's a lot of
味の手
yen.
紙をよこしてくれるじゃないか。
碑文を解いてみろですって。ふざけなこと。あの黄金は私たちのものよ。部外者なんかに譲ってたまるものですか。
あの黄金さえ見つかりゃ俺たちは全員ハッピー。
ハッピー。
誰も損がねえんだがな。
行こうみんな。ここからは大人の話だよ。
やれやれ、ややこしそうな話だぜ。
ほら、マリア、行くぜ。
ベアとの儀式が始まったね。それでは皆様、ゲストハウスへご案内します。これは
Hey, Leon, you get to see all the good stuff. You get to see the juicy, meaty murders.
過去のゲームのいずれかの再演か。さもなくば、新しいゲームでしょうね。どのゲームであっても、10月4日はほとんど同じ展開だから。
新しいゲーム、これまでのかけらにない物語ということですか。
But why would there be a new game?
私たちを鎖で縛り付けてまで見せたものが、すでに知ってるゲームのわけがない。新しいゲームだと考えるべきでしょうね。
The game's supposed to be over.
ならば
Beato's been laid
ゲ
to
ームマ
rest.
スターがいるはず。それは誰？あいつ？ベルンカステル。
私にはそうとは思いません。クレルはもう消え去ったはずなんです。新しい物語を紡ぐ必要性がないはず。
ベアートのゲーム版なんてとっくの昔に昭和る魔女どもに乗っ取られてるわ。ベアートでさえあいつらのゲームの駒でしかない。
一体これは何のつもりで。
Well, it sounded like Evatrice earlier, but maybe that was just a red herring.
私たちに何を見せたいんだ。
Before this tale began, Claire definitely appeared on the stage. She is the teller of the tale of Beatrice's game. Beatrice, the me from a world of a different fate. However, didn't she entrust everything to Will, who solved all of the riddles? There should be no need for her to make new riddles. In that case, is Berncastle using this tale to test me? Along with Will, I have at least touched the deepest depths of this tale and understood the culprit's heart. So even if an entirely new tale presents itself, I should be able to see through the riddles. Is that what my role is? Is my role to teach Anja about the truth of this tale?
あなたは っているんですか、この物語の真相を。
いくつかの仮説は考えてるわ。でもどの説にも最終的な答えは
Does
出
she
せない。
know?
真相はいつも猫箱の中。断定はできない。
In this world, Anja is absent on this day, so it's only natural that she doesn't know what happened. However, at the very least, I do know who the culprit is and what they were trying to do on this day.
やっと自分の役目が分かった気がします。
どういう意味？
どうやらあなたは感激者で、
You're the cheat
私
sheet.
は解説者のようです。
何を解説してくれるというの？
We're here for Leon's director's
私は
commentary.
これから起こる事件の犯人を知っているか。
なんですって？
普通に考えれば何者かが私たちに碑文を解かせ
Are we just gonna like
横取
speed
りを
run
狙ってい
this
るよう
whole
にしか
plot here
思えんがね。
in the tea parties?
同感だ。先に解いたなら猫ババしちまえばいいだけの話。
Leon confirmed a new commentator for Street Fighter 6. That would go
わざ
hard.
わざ
That'd
俺
be
らに解い
great.
てみろなんて挑発するかってんだ。
They say they're gonna pinch you on the butt if you don't get that parry.
使用人の誰かのいたずらだわ。あわよく黄金が見つかったらご祝儀におこぼれがもらえるかもしれないっていうさもしい考えに違いないわよ。
当家の使用人の中にそんな人間がいるとは思えません。
あるいは使用人のふりをして私たちの中の誰かが差し出した手紙だったりして。
それを言ったら一番怪しいのはあんたでしょうが。マリアちゃんに
Yeah, that's right. Leon is Saber, isn't
あの
they?
手紙を
Aren't
読ま
they?
せたんじゃないの？
They should get Saber's voice actor to do commentary for Street Fighter 6. That would be funny. I hope they add more than the ones they have now. That feels like a conclusion. Leon is this hidden Saber face. That's true.
決めつけたらあかんで。今はみんなで結託して相談し合う時やないか。
そうね。あの怪しげな手紙は私たちの結束を乱すのが狙いでしょうね。踊らされれば踊らされるほどベアトリーチェなる差出人の思うつぼだわ。
キリエさんの言う通りだね。あのような手紙など初めから意に介さないくらいがちょうどいいのではないかね。
私は最初からそうだと言っています。こんなの取るに足らないいたずらです。
そうやな。全くその通りや。おかしなクレームの1件や2件でびくついてたら商いはやってられんで。
主人の言う通りだわ。こんな子供だまし真面目に考えるだけ損だわ。
Could Battler win a Holy Grail war? I doubt it. I don't know anything. I don't even know anything about Fate, really, but I
本
doubt
当
it.
に遺産騒動に絡みたい何者かなら手紙なんて遠回しなことをせず堂々と姿を現せばいい
Maybe
の
only
だ
post episode 5 Battler.
だな。俺たち以外に遺産を要求している人間がいると思わせておこぼれに預かりたいってやつがいるんだろうぜ。
I have to play all the Fate visual novels. I'm waiting for that one person to finish retranslating it. Then I will.
遺産問題
Not all of them, just the original.
口止め料をよこせとか言い出すのかしら。
それを言い出すならもう手紙に書いてるはずだわ。
手紙の内容は碑文を解いてみろ。さもなくば全てをいただく。
So this should be easy, right? We should be able to figure out all the mysteries now that we know the culprit.
それ以上でも以下でもない。
That should be easy, Street.
つまりよ。
What kind of panini is it?
こんな手紙
I want a
気
panini.
にしたら負けってことだぜ。
同感だ。
同感だ。
まるで推理小説のようなミステリアスな演出だったので、ついつい私たちも面白がってしまった。我々も余裕がないね。
しかし誰がこんな手紙を。腹立たしいことです。
使用人じゃないなら私たちの中の誰かが書いたんでしょうよ。誰とは言わないけれどね。
よしてよ。 本当に私は知らないの。
まあまあ
Eva's on her mean bitch juice as
しか
usual.
し手紙の言うことも一理あるっちゅうもんや。わしらは誰も彼も金が欲しいんや。それもできたら今すぐや。
We need lots of money
それ
right
に異
now.
論がある者はおらんやろ。
そりゃそうだ。金と愛はいくらあっても困らねえぜ。
親父殿の遺産がいつ転がり込んでくるかわからない。しかし碑文の黄金は違う。見つかれば直ちに山分けだ。
ある意味お父様の遺産以上に目の前にある金だわ。
碑文の謎が解ければの話だけれどね。
ここにいる皆さんも碑文の謎にはそれぞれ挑戦されたんでしょ。
Kyrie asked the room at large, and everyone wordlessly nodded back.
ここには出題者であるお父さんの血を引く人間が4人もいながら、それ効率的ではないと思う。
We gotta work together. Put these heads together, fam.
俺たちはそれぞれが欲の皮を突っ張らせて単独に謎解きをしてた。しかし黄金発見時の分配等についてはもう、そして兄貴が次期当主であることを認めるってのもな。
それを引き換えに随分
They're all
と
getting
二人
along
が
slightly better than usual in this one.
私たちで協力して謎解きをしたら、あの碑文も解けるかしら。
3人よれば文殊の知恵。それどころか私たちは7人もいるわ。お父様の遺産問題については私たちは今日おおむねで合意を得ているわ。余興のつもりで碑文に挑んでみるのもいいんじゃないかしら。
せやな。
I just wonder if they'll be able to do it fast enough.
一服のつもりでちょいとやって
You
みる
know,
のも
before they start
ええ
dropping.
んとちゃうか。
バカバカしい隠し黄金などと。
まあな、余興だと思ってよ。ゴーダさんに冷たいもんでも持ってきてもらおうぜ。
Cool.
一服しながらたまには兄弟水入らずで謎解きごっこをしてみようじゃねえか。
どうせ夜は長い。親父殿の寿命についてくだらない詮索をするよりよっぽど
Yeah, you know,
建設的
considering
だ
he's dead, it really is pointless.
ゴーダさんに電話するわ。何か持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
お茶とお菓子と、あと台湾の地図でも持ってこさせる。
Ah, there you go, Eva. Right away, she's like, oh yeah, I already knew about the Taiwan stuff. Two shadows could be seen in the Rose Garden Arbor. It was George and Shannon's secret meeting.
この指輪を
Oh yeah, we're speedrunning this shit.
ジョージ様。
君を生涯愛することを誓う。若い今だけじゃない。おいてお墓に入るまでのすべてを愛し、君を幸せにすることを誓うよ。
その言葉に嘘
It's
に
a shame
偽
this
りはあ
all
りま
this
せんか。
conclusion is foregone, so we can never see Shannon divorce him.
ああ、ないね。僕には君を愛し幸せな家庭を作る絶対の覚悟と自信がある。
その幸せな家庭とはどんなものですか？
それはとても幸せな家庭だよ。車と庭付きの家、そして飼い犬が1匹。
Very white picket
庭には
fence of you,
家庭
George.
菜園。子供たちが駆け回り、僕たちはバルコニーから微笑ましそうに見下ろすんだ。
Very nuclear family.
それが僕たちの未来の日曜日の当たり前の光景だよ。
それは素敵な光景ですね。
Yeah.
あの二人付き合ってるのかよ。
声が大きいって。
Yeah, go to will solve the epitaph.
マリアが起きちゃうだろ。
That's the
そう
true
か。
that's the true mystery. Go to the golden chef.
そうだったか。言われてみれば、なんとなく今日のあの二人いい雰囲気だったしな。 そうだよな。俺たちももう恋をする年頃だもんな。
この6年で私たちは随分変わったぜ。ジョージ兄さんも昔は頼りない感じだったけど
He's just kind of a creep now.
それは思ったぜ。
He's slightly less of a creep than he was in the past.
随分と貫禄が出てたもんな。
But still, Shannon-chan and George Aniki, that's a bit unexpected. They played together often enough 6 years ago, but I didn't think they were that close.
なるほどな。
It sure is, Battler. It sure is.
この6年は誰にとっても大きいぜ。
だな。俺もこの6年いろいろあって。
You sure have, Battler. You sure have.
まあ、私もバトラーのことほとんど忘れかけてたけどな。
そりゃひでえぜ。
Talking together like this, it felt as though we'd been teleported 6 years into the past. 6 long years, so long that I forgot almost everything. And yet, it's coming back to me bit by bit. Shannon-chan, 6 years ago you were part of our group, and we played together a lot, didn't we? Back then, I think I might have liked Shannon-chan. That was the age when we were all overtly self-conscious, in love with love. We're not drawing baby sprites. Bittersweet memories of jokes involving melodramatic, flippant words.
懐かしいぜ。
Oh yeah, they're rubbing that salt in that wound. You know they are.
思い出しただけで赤面しちまうぜ。
シャノンはそそっかしいけど記憶力はいいからな。
It sure is.
後でこっそり昔のバトラーの恥ずかしい黒歴史を聞いちゃおうっと。
よせやい。6年経ってるぜ。
Boy, how she must have felt when he was like, oh yeah, all that white horse stuff. So embarrassing. Statute of limitations. I see. So Shannon-chan is going out with George Aniki. What am I thinking? Could this be jealousy? I didn't really think about it until now, but that thing Shannon-chan and I had back then was probably my first love. Well, it's not like I have any right to be jealous after forgetting the whole thing until we met again. Whoopsie! Oopsie whoopsie!
親父の故郷が台湾大正町であることは誰もが知る事実だ。
親父殿は今も時折台湾を懐かしんで槟榔を噛んでいるよ。若い日にタバコの代わりに覚えたらしい。
I guess it's a lot healthier than smoking.
でも鮎が泳ぐ川なんて
Maybe that helps his longevity.
鮎釣りの有名な渓流などいくらでもある。鮎なんて水さえきれいならどこにだって住んでたでしょうよ。お手上げだわ。
お父さんが子供の頃に遊んだ近所の小川かなんかとちゃうか。鮎っちゅうとるが案外船程度のことかもしれんで。
What, the carp?
何かの比喩かもしれないわ。川が水の流れる川とは限らないかも。
水の流れない川と
Boy, they're working through this pretty fast.
何のことやら。
They're working through it fast.
キリエが言うのも一理ある。
It really helps when I guess they couldn't. If the game master didn't know the answer to the epitaph, then they couldn't give the family members information. Well, I guess Beato was the game master, and when Beato was the game master, she was just trying to obscure it from Battler. So none of the family members could come to the conclusion easily. But now that everybody knows, it's of course the family members would figure it out fast, because they like know all about their dad. They knew he grew up in Taiwan, and from there it's pretty easy to work your way around.
故郷を台湾と決めつけるのも、鮎の川が水の流れる川と決めつけるのも。
そう言われちゃお手上げやで。こら考えれば考えるほどに難解な謎や。
そうよ。これはきっと謎なのよ。キリエさんの言う
That's true. Eva and Rosa did get it in episode 3. We just weren't privy to what they said.
大正町に近い川っていうと淡水河かしら。
あんた話聞いてるの？水の流れる川とは限らないって話をしてんでしょうが、その川が鮎の川だって保証はあるの？
Alright, calm down.
そうよね。
Chill out.
ごめんなさい。
まあ多分鮎も泳いでたろうぜ。何しろ淡水の川だってんだ。淡水魚の鮎が泳いでても不思議はねえだろうぜ。
鮎は淡水魚、鮎の川で淡水の川、それで淡水魚かね。言葉遊びだな。
面白い説じゃない。もう少し推理を進めてみましょう。川を下れば里あり。淡水河の河口には何て町があるの？
淡水と書いてあります。
Also down, sweet.
淡水は観光で行ったわ。落ち着いた港町よ。夕焼けが綺麗だったわ。
その里にて二人が口にした岸ってのはあったか。
I know, Eva's definitely internally seething that Rose is better on the track than she is.
心当たりなんてないわ。
やっぱり懐かしき故郷というのは台湾のことじゃないのよ。やっぱり小田原なのかもしれないわ。
全ての可能性を否定するべきではないとすると、私たちには碑文の一行目からすら話がまともに進みやしない。
静かにして気が散る。絶対に台湾よ。
I'm trying to think.
お父様が台湾以外を懐かしいと形容するわけがない。それについてだけは私も同感です。お父様にとって今でも台湾は心のふるさとなのですから。
一行目ばかりに固執するのも良くないわよね。私は他の行について検討してみるわ。第一の番からをちょっと見てみることにする。
俺もそうするぜ。鮎の川は姉貴に任せて、その先を検討してみる。
Let's work our way back to the middle.
第一の番に鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げる。ミステリアスね。
Mysterious. Eva suddenly muttered. All of the others spun around to look at her. Eva was flipping through the pages about Taiwan with an incredible force. Then found the page she was looking for and slammed the book open so hard that it almost tore. This whole time, the book had been open to the page with place names. As far as the overall mass of information went, this seemed to be the most useful page to start from. However, the page Eva opened to was very limited in the scope of its information. It was a map of railway lines. Yeah, she's using the Shadow Wizard money gang living in her brain.
何の話だね、エヴァ。説明したまえ。
静かにして。岸もある、
We
口もあ
love
る。
casting spells.
二人が口にするというのはわからないけど、でも里も岸も口もある。ここよ。絶対にこれが黄金の鍵の眠る里よ。
落ち着くんや。どういうことかわしらにもわかる
I
ように
don't
説明
get
して
it.
淡水線？なるほど。鮎の川というのは淡水線という名の鉄道のことだと。
鮎は泳いでいないと思いますが。見て。淡水線を下り方向に進んでいくと、旧名がキリガンって駅がある。ほら、漢字をよく見て。里がある、口がある、岸がある。
True.
ほんまや。里がある、口もある、岸もあるで。
川を下ればやがて里あり。確かに淡水線の駅名の中で里がつくのはその駅だけだな。
なるほど。その駅名を暗示している
They're
よ
all
うにも見え
repeating
る。
this information we learned last night.
絶対にこれよ、間違いないわ。調べればいいのよ。二人が口にしの意味もきっとわかる。見て、 これ
地名のキリガンの「リ」は口辺に里だわ。ということはキリガンは口辺が2
Yeah,
つ。
for everybody who wasn't paying attention before,
すなわち
for people who
二人が
speed
口
read,
主。
we're gonna repeat it.
すごいわ姉さん。これよ、間違いなくこれだわ。
このキリガンという町のどこかに鍵が隠されているということでしょうか。
どうかしら。ここまでの謎は言葉遊びだとしたら、眠る鍵もまた言葉遊びの可能性が高いんじゃないかしら。
同感だわ。
It's all about the
第一の番
words. The pen is
鍵は6
mightier
人
than
の
the
生贄
sword.
を選ぶのよ。つまり本当に鍵状の形をした何かとは考えがたいということだわ。
面白くなってきやがったぜ。
鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げよ。これから連想できる鍵を考えるの。そしてそれでキリガンという地名を噛み砕くのよ。私にはわかるわ。これは
It's
きっ
all
と
about
言
that
葉遊び。
Kirigan, baby.
絶対に言葉遊びよ。考えてみんな。
They're thinking. They're thinking real hard.
面白いものだね。一人なら気のめいるような雨でも、君と一緒なら涼しくて気持ちがよく感じるよ。
Back at the George show.
そろそろ戻りましょう。カノン君を待たせてますので。
そうだね。僕も
I know, you've
弟子た
got
ちには
excellent
バトラー君
lines,
たちを
George.
だいぶ待たせちゃってるかな。
懐かしいですね。お嬢様にジョージ様、バトラ様に私で4人で遊んでいた頃もあったんですよね。
No, Shannon, I don't remember seething with barely contained jealousy and incel rage.
僕は今の方が楽しいよ。君を独り占めできるからね。
I didn't expect that one.
ジョージ様ったら
They laughed at George's melodramatic line. However, George's laugh seemed just slightly
ジョージ
forced.
様？
ああ、ごめん。
Just slightly.
僕はね、未だにバトラ君にコンプレックスがあるんだよ。
コンプレックスですか？
This is so sad. This is so pathetic.
彼はルドルフおじさんに似て快活だし面白いし、何よりも元気だし、僕なんかよりよっぽど魅力的だ。彼と僕が並ぶと自分が霞むのがよくわかるんだ。
そんなことはありません。
Bro, he was like 12 and you were like
ジョージ様は
15. You were
立
little
派ですし
children.
魅力的です。バトラ様に何も劣るところなどありません。
本当に？
ええ、本当にです。
She's just trying to be nice.
実はね、今年バトラ君が戻ってくると聞いて、僕は最初嫌な。
どうしてですか
6年前、君と本当に仲が良かったのはバトラ
I
君だ。
thought he was going to NTR me, Shannon.
僕は君ともっと仲良くなりたいと思っていたけれど、全く間に割り込むことなんてできなかった。指をくわえて見ているほかないくらいお似合いの2人に見えたよ。
You're not going to NTR me, are you,
お
Shannon?
似合いの2人どころか、私が一方的にバトラ様にからかわれてただけで。
Please don't
最
cuck
高にお
me.
似合いの2人だったよ。間違いなくね。君たちは付き合っているに違いないと信じてた。
そんなことはありませんでしたよ。ジョージ様の考えすぎです。
僕は本当にみっともないね。
Barely contained denial.
君に指輪を渡すとき断られるかもしれないと怯えた。
どうしてですか？私がジョージさんの指輪をどうして拒むと？
バトラ君が帰ってきたからさ。
She really should
君は
have.
本当は今でもバトラ君のことが好きで
She should have gone for
彼
it.
が帰ってきた今僕は用済みなんじゃないかなって怯えたんだ。
ジョージさん、これをご覧ください。私の薬指に輝くこの銀色の輝きです。
She should have
これは
dumped
何
his
ですか？
ass.
そうだよね。ごめん。僕は何を動揺しているんだろうね。6年ぶりの再会でさらにかっこよくなった彼に
He's even cooler. Are you sure Battler is the least cool person alive?
情けないよ。
いいんです。その気持ちはすなわち私を誰にも渡したくないというジョージさんの強い気持ちの表れなんですから。もし私の気持ちがバトラ様に移るのではないかと怯えるなら、そんなことを絶対に思わせないくらいに
Please, George, I'm so desperate.
私があなた以外の男性の
It's almost like she really wants to not have to think about Battler ever.
私だって怖いんです。私より魅力的な女性なんてこれからもいくらでも現れるでしょう。あるいは至らぬ私に愛想を尽かすこともあるかもしれない。生涯あなたの気持ちを私だけにつなぎ止めていられる。
Sayo picking George over Jessica is a huge L.
それを君が怯える必要
Yeah,
はない。
she just shoved all of those feelings for Battler into a different dissociative identity, so it's okay. It's a very healthy way of dealing with trauma.
僕は君を生涯
You compartmentalize that trauma, girl. You go.
私もそれを誓ったのにバトラ様が帰ってきたら信じてくれなくなりましたね。
As Shannon giggled, George finally realized that his own lack of confidence had hurt her.
私は
Hello, GMC and Chesto. Yes, welcome to the tea party. Maybe the last one. I don't know if it is. Don't say if it is, or I'll kill you with my mind.
そして生涯私を愛すると誓わ
I
せ
can do it. I have mind powers you won't even believe. I'm a total
こう
mind
して送
freak.
らせました。その指輪をこうして薬指に通した上で正直に告白します。私は確かにおっしゃる通
I'm
り
really glad you finished that sentence that way, Sota Kufi. My finger was over the trigger as I was reading that sentence. I would have done it. I would have killed you with my mind. I was revving up the mind waves.
多分
Don't even joke.
ジョージさんより
I'll do it.
好きだったと思います。でもそれは6年前の話です。今の話ではありません。バトラ様へのその気持ちは
Have you
この
though?
6年間で整理され思い出と一緒に過去へ
I don't know if you should be saying that. I don't know if that's a healthy way to handle those feelings,
今
Shannon.
の私はあなたを愛するためだけに
I
存
just
在し
shoved all those feelings into another part of my personality. Shannon spoke clearly and strongly. George gave a single, uncertain laugh. It was probably the same sort of laugh that George of 6 years ago had made. Then he stretched resolutely and hugged Shannon without saying a word. In that moment, he said goodbye to the person he had been 6 years ago. Oh man, is he gonna be the murderer in this one? He's giving off some vibes, everybody. Is George just gonna go like, fuck it. Fuck it, I know she still feels things for Battler. I don't care that she compartmentalized it. I want him dead. Oh, they got this far, huh? They got to the chapel part of this? They're fucking speedrunning this shit.
この島で船長と刻まれてるのはあれだけよ。
Yeah, no, they totally skipped over the Kilion part.
眉唾だわ。私たちの想像が正しければ。
They even skipped over all the, like, the 10 to the power of 4 math shit.
確かめればわかる話だ。
They fucking did that math fast. That math part is, like, the hardest part to me.
誰が上がる？
俺が上がろう。
Yeah, you can pretend to be Jack Bauer again.
抑えててくれ。
You can do your Jack Bauer thing again.
気をつけて。結構高いですよ。
Rudolph climbed up the propped up ladder, step by step as the rain poured down on him.
Q の文字を見てみて。どう？何か仕掛けがありそう？
ん？ちょいとガタつくな。やべ。
どうしたの？何があったの？
I'm glad Ryukishi didn't want to write all that shit again. I didn't want to read it all again. I did it yesterday, literally yesterday. Bingo doesn't it? Rudolph tossed the cue down. It hit Kraus on the shoulder and landed in the puddle. Good job, Kraus. Good catch.
鍵だ。
どういうこっちゃ。ルドルフ君、これまさか他の文字も抜けるんか。
ああ。
Look, he's a boxer, not a baseball player.
どうやら俺たちのとんでも推理は外れていなかったらしいな。次に抜く文字は何だ。
I です。それから L。
L. Yeah, the quadrillion. Oh, see, he got the wrong L. Wait, no, did he get the right L? No, he didn't. He's got to get that other L. Wrong L, buddy. Following her instructions, Rudolph removed the 6 letters of the first Twilight. Now that they'd gotten this far, nothing stood in the way of them solving the riddle. But by trial and error, they finally reached the final stage. Yep, there they go. Ah, they swapped the L's. Good job. Lord you. I wonder how you get left from right to the head.
ルドルフさん、左から順に鍵を回してから抜くの。
おうよ。これで全文字皆殺しだな。第9の番に誰も生き残れないってわけだ。
どう？何か起こった？
何かの手応えはあったが変化なしだ。どっかで隠し扉でも開いたのかもな。
おい、あれを見てみ。動いたで。確かに動いた。
Fucking Kinzo's stupid ass Resident Evil puzzle. Do you just put in all the letters again and it resets? I assume so. There has to be a way to reset this thing. Or maybe not. Maybe, because, you know, there was another way in there, right? Genji had a key to another entrance, so maybe whenever Kinzo or whoever wanted to go down there, they just use that one. And opening up this one is just the final proof that you've solved it, so that it doesn't need to be closed again. Well, no, actually, because Shannon solved it, so they had to close it up again so none of the family members would stumble upon it. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. I guess you just put all the letters back in and it closes back up or something. I don't know. It's a ridiculous mechanism no matter what. Like, all the lions turning. We're suspending our disbelief for this one a bit. Yeah, I get it. I said it before. Leon, Ange.
あそこのライオンの向きも変わってるわ。どういうこと？
Yeah, I was like, God damn it, Kinzo, when I realized it's the Leons pointing. Don't call Rosa stupid just because it's true. Eva dashed forward. The others all chased after her. The gold was right in front of them. Wow, they got this shit in the bag.
驚いたね。こんな秘密の階段があったとは。
納得だわ。お父様が誰も礼拝堂に近づけたがらないはずよ。
この仕掛けは一体いつからあったのかしら。地下道の感じからして相当の昔からだわ。
Oh yeah, he had that shit built ages ago.
おそらくお屋敷を作った時とほぼ同時でしょうね。多分碑文の謎も何十年も前から用意されていたのよ。
まあ、あの親父だから。
Yeah, Eva and Rosa solved this in episode 3 on their own.
大抵のことには驚かねえつもりだったが。
It did take them a little longer, though.
一体この階段どこまで続くのでしょう。
こら、あの噂は本当かもしれんで。ほら、森の中のどこかに愛人を囲ってる隠し屋敷があるっちゅう話や。
なるほど。
All of the rumors are true.
この
It's
地下
true,
通路
all
は
of it.
そこまで続いている可能性は高いな。
あの日のあのお屋敷にまでつながってるのかしら。
どうやらゴールみたいよ。武骨な
You
扉が
block
ある
doesn't
わ。
work, you're getting an ad for cat food? Sorry.
何か書いてある。
こりゃビンゴだな。
Bingo dana. You like saying that one, Rudolph. He's never said it as much as now. Something was written on the door in red paint. On the 10th twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time.
開く開くわ。いい開けるわよ。
いよいよ黄金とご対面かね。
そんなうまい話。ぜひ会ってくれと祈るばかりや。
姉さん、開けましょう。
Open the game. What will they see? Probably a lot of gold. The heavy door opened slowly. Then the gold-filled underground VIP room showed itself. And here comes Godo with the steel chair! They only had an instant to admire its splendid furnishings. As soon as the mountain of gold next to the canopy bed came into sight, they all froze, stunned. After a second, the stunned silence faded and was replaced by cries of astonishment and wild joy. Mamma mia.
すごいわ。200億円
Big
の
money, big money. Big money, big money, big money, big money.
本当にあったんだわ。
なんてまばゆい山なの。
That's right, Golden Witch Money Gang. We love casting epitaphs. You're so right.
やったでやったで。このゲームはわしらの勝ちや。
Ah, but somebody got to it before you. Sorry.
緑に触ってはなりません。お父様の黄金ですよ。あらそう。じゃあお父様を今すぐ呼んできてちょう
Come
だい。
on, Natsuhi. We all know.
今すぐここへ。茶番はとっくに終わってんのよ。
夏日姉さんよ。もうここからは白々しい
Come
話
on.
を抜きにしようぜ。
It's so funny that once we're to this part, like, all the adults are like, come on, it's so obvious. We haven't seen his ass in 2 years.
ここにあるのは本物の黄金の山。俺たちも本音で語り合うべきだぜ。
It's so funny how much of, like, their reactions are embellished for the sake of the mystery and people, other characters in the story, their perspectives being subjective and not knowing things. Because, like, in reality, everybody would be like, of course his ass is dead. It's so obvious that you're hiding
幸いに
this.
も私たちは今とても上機嫌で寛大だわ。おとなしく引っ込んでなさい。
A pile of gold this massive carries magical power within it. That power draws out the most honest feelings within people. The light from the chandelier glinted off the golden mountain, lighting them up with its golden sparkle. It was as though the sparkle controlled everyone present. For some time, they forgot their age, and howled and laughed, running about and rolling around like a bunch of excited kindergartners at a park. I'm glad they're having fun.
何これ。
Meanwhile, back in the land of
どういうこと？
not having fun,
事件が起こる前に碑文が、それも親族兄弟全員によって解かれてしまうなんて今までになかった展開ね。ベアトリーチェは 碑文の謎を解いたら
Yeah, so what happens now?
そういうことにはなってる。
I mean, there's been a couple times where they solve the epitaph and shit happens anyways, but it wasn't Beatrice doing the murders.
どうだか。
Anja snorted, but I believed. This is what Claire decided. Because she entrusted everything to the roulette of fate, she'll obey the result. She let the roulette decide her own fate specifically because they couldn't decide on their own. So she'll do what it says. She'll follow her own rule. She'll definitely keep her promise.
起こらないはずです。
Right?
事件は。
断言できるの？
はい。もう彼女のルーレットは決まったのです。
What if she just changed her mind?
彼女のゲームは終了です。
What if she just changes her mind?
どうなるっての？めでたくみんなで大金持ちになって無事に親族会議はおしまい？
Now that would be a
私の家
fanfic.
族は中身がチョコレートじゃないインゴットをお土産に私のところへ帰ってきてくれるというの？これで全てがハッピーエンドだと？
Happy end.
あの魔女どもがそんな甘い夢を鎖につなぎながら見せてくれるわけ？
She's got a point. Why are you chained up here if they're just like, here's the happy story you wanted? When she showed off the chain on her wrist with a clank, I was unable to counter her with confidence. But I want to believe. Though this might be the least exciting ending, Claire's game has now reached an end. Yeah, we're in a Marvel what if territory. What if everybody just solved the epitaph so none of the murders could happen? Perhaps, just once at the end, she wanted to show us a world where no crime occurs. Now that she has disappeared with no regrets, is she leaving us a parting gift in the form of a game where no crime takes place? In a sense, the most peaceful sort of game? I want to believe. If only these heavy, cold chains weren't holding us in place in this theater. Yeah, but she said it herself. The only way for the events of the family conference to go differently is if things had happened differently in the past. So, I'm not a believer here, Leon. Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebrating to an immediate stop. Rosa knew she'd seen it. The curtain against the wall had fluttered and a shadow had been there behind it.
よせやい。気のせいだろう。
誰かいるの？いるなら出てらっしゃい。
When Eva yelled, the curtain shook. Oh, hi. And then, a witch wearing a black dress appeared from the other side. In an instant, everyone realized that the dress was the same as the one worn by the witch of the portrait. And they realized one more thing. This person was the owner of this room.
ようこそ黄金の部屋へ。
Yeah, I'm just imagining, like, Shannon going like, okay, George, good talk, and then she, like, fucking sprints off to go change into the dress. Her face and her voice were expressionless, blank. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. Rudolph was the first to speak.
つまり、あんたがベアトリーチェってわけか。
いかにも。
マリアに手紙を渡したのはあなたなの。
いかにも。
Ah! Sorry, I had a tickle in my little nose. Bleh, bleh. I'm fine now. It's okay.
いいえ。これは私のゲームです。
ならそのゲームは私たちの勝ちだわ。こうして碑文の謎を解いて黄金を見つけたもの。
あんたの挑戦にうちらは勝ったんやで。この黄金わしらのもんちゅうことで間違いないんやろな。
いかにもその通りです。
Yeah, let's see how this
皆
goes.
さんは碑文の謎を解き、見事にこうして隠された黄金を発見しました。このゲームは皆さんの勝ちです。この黄金はもはや私のものではなく。
She doesn't seem particularly enthused.
ねえ、あんた。もし碑文の謎を私たちが解けなかったら、
Oh, you
どう
know,
するつもりだったの？
just some murders.
後ろ宮家のすべてを頂戴すると手紙にはあったぜ。
はい、
後ろ宮家のすべての財産とすべての命。
But you know, that's not happening now, so we're chill, right?
この島に存在するすべてを私の好きにさせてもらうつもりでした。
The witch walked towards the table next to the bed. Then, for the first time, the others realized what sat on that table. They were 4 rifles. There was also a case filled with bullets. The witch picked up one of the lead bullets lying on the table and played with it, her face still expressionless as she spoke.
もし皆さんが碑文の謎を解けずに今夜を終えたなら、私は碑文に従い
Yeah, I was gonna blast y'all's head
13人
off.
を殺す殺人事件を起こすつもりでした。
なんですって。
あの碑文を初めて見た時は思ったわ。まるで連続殺人を描いた推理小説に出てき
I know, she's gonna get herself a wicked kill streak.
そうね。あの碑文の通りに13人が次々に殺されたら、それはとてもミステリアスな事件になったでしょうね。
お前一人にそれができるわけもありません。いくら銃があっても13人も殺す。
Well, I know. My buddies who called me master would help.
計画は入念に、そして何通りにも用意していました。皆さんが今夜から明日までに取り得るすべての可能性を想定し、
All the games.
その今となっては披露はできませんが、それは綿密に練られた。
Those closed rooms would have been so sick, guys. You really showed up to ruin everything.
ほんの数人なら銃で寝首をかくこともできたろうよ。だが、さすがに13人
Well, if I
殺せる
picked you
わ
off
けがね。
slowly, and, you know, at the end, then there were none, or something like that. You know, you've probably heard that phrase.
俺たちはそこまで間抜けじゃねえぜ。
Knowing the answer, episode 5 is so cheap. Yeah, that's a real mean one.
そのようですね。少なくとも第一の晩以前に碑文の謎を解かれるという想定は最も可能性の低いものだと思ってい
Yeah,
ます。
Lambda was fucking messing with Battler hardcore on that one.
君にとっては私たちがここへたどり着くのはどうやら誤算だったようだね。
いいえ、これすらも私の望んだルーレットの結果の一つ。そしておそらく
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is the best outcome for everybody because they don't have to die. I feel like that's the best outcome
誰
possible.
も死ぬことなく黄金を手に島を出ることができる。おめでとうございます。ゲームは皆さんの完全な勝利です。
If no one could solve the riddle, she planned to take a gun and commit a serial murder. Everyone gulped as they watched the witch emotionlessly make her confession.
あなたの告白が真実。
Yeah, this is definitely not the person she wanted to solve the riddle.
あなたは私たちを殺そうとしてた。
I mean, intent is a minor crime, and she didn't actually commit any crimes. That's like that's like a conspiracy charge. You can probably, you know, that's like a few years maybe.
そうです。
こいつ、よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだぜ。
そこまで打ち明けた以上、我々が君を好意的に扱うとは思えないはずだな。
覚悟の上です。私のことは煮るなり焼くなりお好きなように。皆さんが碑文を解けなければ、そうなっていたのは皆さん
I
な
don't
の
know. I
です。
guess you can kill me if you
こ
want.
れは対
Whatever.
等な
この姉ちゃん大した肝っ玉
She do got guts.
命を落とす覚悟があったからこそ用意したゲームでした。その結果を得られて私は満足しています。もはや殺されようともそれも覚悟の上です。
By now, she didn't even treasure her life. As the witch spoke and walked near the others, they automatically stepped back.
黄金は皆さんのものです。最初に発見した方に全てを差し上げるつもりでしたが、
Yeah, I mean, I guess you guys can work out the
7
math on
7
that.
人でどう分けるかは皆さんで決められるといいでしょう。
When it comes to conspiracy to murder in Japan, quote, if the party surrenders themselves prior to the commencement of the crime, the punishment shall be reduced or the offender exculpated. See, there you go. Not a big deal.
私はそれに関知しません。それから
She can get out shortly. Or not at all. I think exculpated means like the charges get dropped, kind of. I think that's what exculpated means. I haven't heard that word in a long time. The witch walked even closer. The group parted, and she walked up to the antique clock behind them. The clock was large and had a dignified feel to it. Exculpated means not guilty of wrongdoing. Oh, there you go. The witch patted it and spoke.
この時計の仕掛けも皆さ
It's
ん
a
にご
bomb.
説明
It's
し
a
ましょ
bomb.
う。
It's a bomb.
皆さんは黄金だけでなく、この島のすべ
Let's
てを
go
手に入
bombs.
れられたの
Bombs
です
for 500.
それはどういう意味かね？
How does Battler die when he's the only person left alive on the island?
第8の晩までを殺人事件風に読み解い
How,
た
why
ら
does the Twilight leave no one?
13人だわ。でも第9の晩にははっきりと誰も生き残れはしないと記されているわ。
どういうことだ？こいつはつまり俺たちを皆殺しにしようって企んでたってことか？
まさかその時計は。
お察しの通りです。爆薬と連動しています。
Yes! I was right! Bombs! I knew it. Battler was, in fact, sort of right. It was almost like him bringing up small bombs was like a misdirect, because you think that's really fucking stupid, and then you discount any possibility of explosives ever again, and then it's like, haha, you idiot! The bombs were real!
その仕掛けを用意したのはあなた。
Just not in the way Battler said.
それとも後ろ
It's
に
so funny how close Battler comes several times just by grasping at straws.
仕掛けを作ったのは後ろ宮金蔵です。この仕掛けこそが彼の狂気の魔力の源泉。
何を言ってるのかさっぱりや。
つまり親父は爆弾を用意してて
Dad did in fact set us up the bomb.
無一文になったらいつでもきれいさっぱり自分ごと全てを吹き飛ばして死んじまう覚悟があったってわけか。
Oh yeah, the servants have been suspected in like every episode of doing the murders, but you know, once they quote die, that gets quickly discounted. But what if they were all just killing themselves for that? Like, especially in episode 1, where it's Kumasawa, Genji, and Kumasawa, Genji, and why is my brain not working? Whatever, the one, you know, the last three that were stabbed and Maria was in the room. Like, they probably just killed themselves. That was probably the case. Nanjo, that was it. Nanjo is go to Kumasawa, not go to Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo. They probably just killed each other at the same time.
どういうことですか？まさかと思うけど。
六軒島には旧日本軍の基地跡があるという噂話を聞いたことが。
Yep, it was all because of the remains of a military base.
ご検察の通りです。この島の地下には戦時中の旧日本軍の地下基地跡が眠っています。
They only mentioned that like very offhandedly a couple times, but that's what set my mind spinning about, well, knowing this was 900 tons of explosives, Jesus. What did they even need that for? Excavating, I guess? I guess because they were excavating caves more?
そない爆発したら想像もつかん。屋敷どころかクレーターが開くっちゅうもんやで。
専門家の推定では
Yeah, or I guess weapons, right, for the submarine kamikaze bombs. I forget the names of them. 900 tons is a fucking lot.
跡形も残らんの。
Well, obviously the island is still here in Anja's time, so maybe Beato didn't set up quite all of them.
私が今操作したこれが起動のスイッチです
The witch toyed with a switch on the top part of the antique clock.
この状態で24時を迎えると爆発します
もうすぐ24時ですが
つまり残り何時間で爆発するというのではなく24時ぴったりにしか爆発しない時限爆弾というわけね。
いかにももうじき24時を迎えますねもし爆発をお望みでしたらこのままにしておきますが
I don't think they desire that.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ解除しなさい
So this is interesting. That means... I guess she turned it off because she wasn't done following the epitaphs. Like, she was dedicated to the epitaph killings, so she turned it off for the first night, and then turned it on because she knew she'd probably kill herself at some point. Right? That's the whole plot. No matter who's left alive at the end, regardless of how she murders, or, you know, because she said she came up with a ton of methods to do it based on how they acted. Right? If they do this, I'll kill them this way. If they do that, I'll kill them that way. But no matter what, everybody dies because she can arm the bomb at any time. The secret base on Rokujima had started out as a submarine base. However, when that plan reached a standstill, it was redefined as a top-secret base for Homeland Defense. A huge plan had been drawn up to have the Army and Navy perform a pincer attack on American forces if the latter decided to land on Kujukyuri Beach and press towards Tokyo. As a trump card for this massive defensive maneuver, the Navy started stockpiling large quantities of explosion and fuel in absolute secrecy, and the Rokujima base was the location of that top-secret stockpile. Oh, okay, I guess so. The buried explosives weighed 900 tons in total. Also, fearing that the Americans might find out the island's secret and seize the explosives, they set up a system for the self-destruction of the entire island. Kinzo, who knew all of this, decided not to remove this device, but tie it in with this strange clock that could trigger such an explosion any night at midnight. Kinzo was famous for building up his funds using a vast store of gold, then using those funds in several sink-or-swim gambles, one after another. Just what did his stockpile of gold and the 900 tons of sleeping explosives mean to him? At this point, we can only guess. Perhaps the true source of Kinzo's mad power wasn't the gold after all. If he lost a big gamble and all that he owned, he could erase this entire island from existence with this device. For the rest of his life, he must have put the gold and everything else he had on the line. Kinzo probably stared at this clock at times, sometimes flipping the activation switch and letting it tick down. Maybe, whenever he came up against a troubling problem, he would hide in here and flip the switch, with the intention of blowing everything away if he didn't think of a brilliant plan before midnight came. Yeah, no, Kinzo is a fucking nut. He could gaze at this mountain of gold, listening to the clock tick towards his death as he searched for an idea. Perhaps Ushiromiya Kinzo's real study wasn't the one in the mansion, but this place instead. I mean, it's got a bed in it.
親父らしい仕掛けだぜ。俺たち子供は親父が悩み事をするたびに道連れにされてたかもしれないってわけだ。
Yeah, I know. Kinzo must work best under pressure.
この仕掛けももはや皆さんのものです。
Alright, can you unflip that switch?
お望みでしたらいつでもどうぞ。
アホ抜かせ。誰が大爆発なんか望むんや。
半世紀も前の爆弾でしょ？本当に爆発するの？
Oh baby, would they?
はい、もちろん。爆薬も信管も健在です。試しましたから。
試した？
まさかあれか？
そうか。やっとわかったよ。鎮守の社が跡形もなく消え去った。
Oh yeah, okay. That makes sense. You know, I never really gave it much thought how the shrine, like, collapsed. But I guess that makes sense. She blew it up. I just, you know, I never really thought about it much. I didn't really think of it as very important. But that's good. That's fun. That summer, the shrine had disappeared completely, along with the reef under it. Though people found it odd that the waves could have wiped it out so completely, no one paid it much mind. And now, this piece fits perfectly into the hole that caused that strange feeling.
いかにも半世紀を経て今なお爆薬が健在であるかあの社で実験させていただきました結果は皆さんもご承知の通り
Yeah, Maria was like scared of, was like freaked out about the shrine being gone all the way back in the beginning of episode 1. I just never gave it much thought. I just figured, I don't know, lightning or something. There's storms all the time. Connects thematically with Shannon shattering the mirror. I guess it now connects literally. She shattered the mirror and blew that place the fuck up.
あの程度の量であの岩礁が丸々消え去るのですから900トンもの爆薬があれば地図が書き換わるほどの爆発を起こすことは容易に想像できるでしょう
そんな爆弾を爆発させたら確かに我々はみんな死ぬだ
It also explains why the mirror and the shrine were like metaphorized, I guess, as the thing that was concealing, or yeah, I guess containing Beatrice's power. Because it's like, oh, I've tested the explosives, everything works now, I can kill everybody. That means her power, quote unquote, was unleashed.
君はどうしたのまさか私たちと一緒に心中するつもりだったとは思えん
この地下貴賓室は基地跡の地下通路に通じていますそれをまっすぐ進めば島の反対側にある隠し屋敷クアドリアンに出ることができます距離は約 2km そこまで逃げれれば爆発からも逃れられるでしょう
You know, somehow I doubt that.
なるほどね。爆発の直前にそこへ逃れるつもりだったのね。
そうすることも可能というだけの話です
I had no plans to do such a
皆さん
thing.
は信じないでしょうが私は皆さんの誰も謎を解くことができず全てと共に心中するつもりでおりましたから
Yeah, it's really funny how they're like, oh, Beatrice is so magic, she's so scary, and her powers are guns and explosives.
イカれてるのよ考えるだけ無駄だわこの女は
You know, the weapons of many a mystery crime.
あそこの銃であるいはそこの爆弾のスイッチで
Well, both, really.
私たちを皆殺しにしたのよそれだけは疑いようがないわ
その通りです皆さんは誰一人犠牲者を出さないという最善の形でこのゲームを終えられたのです敬意を表すると同時に私があれだけ長い時間をかけて解いた謎を7人がかりとはいえ一晩で
Yeah, her magic summon was gun towers. That's, yeah, it all comes together, doesn't it? And the Cheester sisters have like instant kill bows. It's all just guns.
私も君の潔さに敬意を表するよ君の処遇はこれから考えるが極力紳士的なものになるよう配慮するつもりだ
私のことはもうお気に
I
なさ
don't
い
really care. Whatever. You're not even the ones I wanted to
私
solve
は
it.
皆さんを殺し自らも死ぬ覚悟をすでにしている亡者なのですから
The Golden Witch Beatrice solved the epitaph, reached this room, and revived. And now, new people had solved the riddle and reached this room, so her role was finished. When the epitaph's riddle was solved, Beatrice's illusion of the witch ended. Most likely, no one in this room was capable of understanding her grim determination. She herself was probably the only one who understood. As long as the many selves inside of her understood, that was enough. I am one, yet many. I abandoned myself to the magical roulette of endless possibilities. The result, the answer, is this. This is what the tarot cards known as the epitaph ceremony have shown me. Beatrice is already dead. They did not kill her. I killed her myself, in accordance with fate's command. They will never understand, for all eternity. That sucks. Sucks to be you, I guess. The witch stared up at the ceiling without speaking for a while, then looked at us as though she'd suddenly remembered something. She grabbed at the sleeves of her dress and took out some sort of card.
そうそう。忘れていました。私に死に銭など必要ありませんので、これも皆さんにお渡しします。
キャッシュカード？
黄金の一部を現金化していました。
What?
それが入っている口座です。
Oh, the cards! The cards that were sent to, relatives and stuff.
なるほどな。黄金の魔女のまさに魔法エネルギーっちゅうわけやな。
いくら入っているんだね。
詳しくは忘れました。
I don't know.
でも、10億以上は入っています。
10億？そりゃ確かに魔法だぜ。
そうね。それだけのお金でできないことはないでしょうからね。
そうですね。人間の半魔法の毒素に最も強い唯一の魔法がこの黄金の魔法。ある意味このカードはインゴットよりも強い力を持つかもしれませんね。
Mm-hmm.
全くだね。
She sent it out to, like Kumasawa's son and like a bunch, and Anjo's son, like a bunch of family members of people who died on the island. That's what Anja found, right? You know, the hidden, what was it? The hidden bank, and not the hidden bank, but the safety deposit in the bank that had all that money. That way there was no way for Beatrice to be forgotten. If she sent those people, if she sent people outside of the island those cards.
インゴットより現金の方が喜ばれる。
Yeah, you can use cash much more than you can use gold bars.
どうぞ。私にはもはや不要なものですので。
The card she held out was not taken by any of them. Who would ever just hand over a card with 1 billion yen in it? The mountain of gold, the device for blowing up the island, the card with 1 billion yen. All of these surpassed their understanding. So, no one could bring themselves to take it. We're just standing here awkwardly like a bunch of idiots.
何がですか？
黄金の山を、はいどうぞ。爆弾も解除します。10億のカードもどうぞ。話がうますぎて気持ち悪いのよ。
Where's the catch?
あんた、何か私たちを騙そうって企んでるんじゃないでしょうね。
騙す気もありませんが、信じろとも言いません。私はすべてを差し出し、すべてを明かしています。何を信じ、どうしようと、それはもう新しい黄金の主である皆さんが決めることです。私の言うことを何も信じず、この場を立ち去ることさえ皆さんの自由です。
エヴァ、彼女が嘘を言っていると。
Eva, just let it go. Everybody's like, just let it go, Eva.
なんでそうだってわかるのよ。こいつの余裕が気に入らないのよ。まるでもう全てに勝利したかのようだわ。私、今ふと思ったの。爆弾のスイッチとかいうの、オンとオフが逆じゃないの？
Oh boy.
それどういうこと？さっきその女は爆弾を解除すると言ってそのスイッチをいじったわ。実はその時スイッチを入れたんじゃないの？
I mean, surely there's some way to disconnect the clock from the bomb so you can know for
あんたは
sure.
私たちに謎を解かれたんで、私たちごと全てを吹き飛ばすために
Like, you
爆
can
弾
just
のスイッチをオン
unplug
に
it.
したんじゃないの？
I don't know, maybe that's like some sort of trigger that sets off the bombs anyways. That sounds like something Kinzo would do.
そうお思いでしたら、どうぞその時計のスイッチを
Hey,
入れてく
go
ださい。
ahead. You have fun when that shit
あと
blows up.
1分で24時。
I'm imagining like all the family members like holding Eva back as she tries to flip the switch. They like tackle her.
おい、どうすんだよ。今爆弾はオンなのかオフなのか。
彼女が嘘を言ってるとは思えん。今が解除だ。押すべきではない。
でも気に入らないのよ。なんでこんなに素直なのこいつ。なんでこうもはいどうぞはいどうぞってなるの。こいつは私たちを騙して時間を稼いでるのよ。24時になるまで時間を稼いで私たちを道連れにするつもりだわ。
そのスイッチはどうなってるの。オンかオフか分かる形状なの。
On the upper part of the antique clock was a metal switch that could slide right or left. Right now, it was set to the left. However, there were no marks in particular on either side to tell one which was off and which was on.
おい、白状しろ。どっちがオフなんだ。
左が、今がオフです。
バカルドルフ、その女が正直に言うはずがないでしょ。逆よ、逆に決まってるわ。
Tick tock, tick tock.
右がオフなのよ、そうに違いない。
もう時間がないわ姉さん。
よせエヴァ、スイッチをいじるな。今がオフだ。
エヴァさん、その手を離しなさい。
私も同感よ。今がオフだわ。もし私たちを爆弾で殺すつもりなら、彼女は爆弾の話を告白しなかったはずよ。
Yeah, like this doesn't make any sense, Eva. You're just a crazy bitch.
ベアトリーチェ。
Well, like father, like daughter.
私を騙そうったって、そうはいかないわよ。
5、4、3。
Oh boy, she gonna do it. Yeah, let's go! That's why the clock kept getting bigger that's what the significance with the clock is. That was in every episode. That's cute. The second hand of the clock ticked past midnight. October 4th ended, and the curtain rose on October 5th, 1986. The switch was still pointing to the left. The switch's words had been proven correct.
これで信用していただけましたか?
You did it to make me look bad! With a hideous, sweat-covered expression, Eva snatched a cast card away from the witch's hand.
通帳と印鑑はカードだけじゃ引き出せないわよ。
暗証番号で引き出せます。8桁です。
Oh! Oh! Way back in like episode 2 or something, Battler saw numbers painted on the door. Was that the pin?
今書くから。
He said it was close to his birthday, but not quite. Eva and Kyrie both took out a pen and notepad and began writing the 8-digit number the witch had told them. Is it her birthday? It was in episode 3, that was it.
もう私は自ら何も喋りません。役目をすべて終えましたので。
Yeah, it was like, it's 2 digits long to be his birthday, but it was close. Yeah, it was his birthday in 11/29. Is that Sayo's birthday? November 29th? After saying this, the witch spun around and sat down on the bed. She wasn't even looking at the others anymore. She sat there like an empty husk which had, just as she had said, finished everything it existed to do. For a while, everyone watched the witch to see if she would remember something else and start talking. It's the day Sayo saw the epitaph. Oh, okay, that's right, she said that. However, she said nothing else. The witch who had called herself one of the dead was now little more than a large French doll wearing a black dress. Everything turned out fine. Everybody is okay. Nobody's gonna blow up. Gold is the only physical embodiment of magic that can exist in the human world. Since ancient times, even a small bit of it could control men with its magic. In that case, how much magic power would dwell in it? If it was piled up in a mountain so high, you'd have to look up to see the top.
バカ言わないでよ、山分けよ。山分けに決まってんでしょ。
この山の半分がまず私のもので、さらに半分を4等分するという話だったのではないかね。
The yells of the humans dancing around the gold reverberated throughout the underground room. In front of the pile of gold, they were arguing about how it should be split.
兄さん一人で謎が解けた？解けなかった
Eva
でしょ？
just cannot help herself.
私たち兄弟4人で
She
解い
just
たのよ。
cannot help herself from being the most rancid bitch of all time.
4等分で当然でしょうが。
卑劣な。黄金の分配についてはあなたたちが提案したのではないですか。それを勝手に保護にするなんて。
取引できる立場だと思ってんのか？親父が死んでることを隠してるくせに。
そうよそうよ。私たちをずっと欺いてお父様の財産を私物化してきたくせに。
That's true. They did do a little bit of
それを
embezzling.
うやむやにする分も全て含めてチャラにして仲良く4等分。フェアな話だと思うわ。
ほう。そこまで言うなら4等分にしようじゃないか。今すぐこの山を切り分けて自由に持って帰るがいい。
Yeah, good luck with that, idiots. Gold's heavy.
2.5 トン分のインゴットが入るポケットでもお持ちならばの話だがね。それに諸君はどうやら黄金の山に惑わされて
Boy, have they.
すっかり冷静な判断を失ってしまっている
Have
よ。
they ever?
そらどういう意味でっか、クラウス兄さん。
このインゴットを見たまえ。見ての通り刻まれているのは親父殿の紋章だけで正式な刻印ではない。刻印の打たれていないインゴットを諸君はどう換金するというのかね。
ん？それは
Your asses are not thinking.
ようやく気づいたかね。確かにこの黄金の山には200億円の価値があるだろう。しかしそれは換金を経ればの話だ。これだけの大量の刻印のない正体不明のインゴットを誰にも知られずにしかるべきレートで換金することが君たちにできるのかね。
All you need to do is take it to that gold for cash place. You always saw the ads on TV. If it was a necklace or a ring, exchanging it for cash would have been a manageable problem. However, doing that for several tons of unmarked gold that couldn't be made public would be impossible for any normal person. Cash for gold now, that was it. However, Kraus could do it. Among the several business friends that remained from Kinzo's generation, there were some who had black market ties and a lot of financial power. The billion yen tied to the cash card that the Golden Witch had held out a second ago had already been turned to cash thanks to one of Kinzo's connections. However, none of the other siblings had any connections like that. They would have to rely on Kraus to get cash for the gold. I know, Kraus would be so powerful if he weren't so easily duped. If Kraus weren't tricked endlessly by other business partners, he would probably be a decent businessman, but he's very gullible, so he's very bad at it.
親父殿のことを隠していたことは謝ろう。しかし、それを弱みにできるほど君たちは優位な立場にはないの。
Kraus is acting kind of smug, but he's also like, guys, can we just drop it? Oh god, here she goes. You can't girl boss gatekeep gaslight our way out of this one, Eva.
なんだねその銃は。物騒な真似は慎みたまえ。
I figured this is how it would happen. They would all kill each other over the gold. Eva was gripping the gun so hard it looked like it might snap. The 4 guns that the witch had placed in this room were now in the hands of the relatives. Just as the gold had led their hearts astray, it seemed these guns had the magical power to turn their hearts to violence. Thank you, Beato. Finally, a scuffle arose between Eva and Kraus. Off to the side, Natsuhi started arguing with Rudolph and his wife, and the grand underground VIP room was filled with thundering jeers. I know. Beata's just lying on the bed. She's like, God, I wish Battler were here. After being forced to watch this scene for so long, Anjin's face was starting to contort with pain. It was only natural after being shown this abusive argument between her parents and her other relatives. Oh yeah, but Leon's never seen this side of their family. It was painful for Leon, too. Leon would have to try to intervene and calm them if that had been possible. The gold isn't going anywhere, right? If you just slow down and think, you'll be able to resolve this. Going by what Eva and the others said, it's clear that you'll need a lot of money before the end of the year. However, the billion-yen cash card should be more than enough to pay for that. That would handle their emergency expenses so they can convert the gold to cash at their leisure and just split it amongst themselves. Sure, maybe Kraus was the only one capable of converting the gold. That might give him an advantage over the other siblings. However, this gold couldn't be dealt with by open means. In addition to attracting public attention, it would also lead to various legal problems. Yeah, that sure is lost Nazi gold. It was better for this secret money to remain secret. If they wanted to get the largest portions possible, then they should all agree not to tell anyone about this gold. In other words, to maximize their profits, they would all need to make a gentleman's agreement to keep this secret. Kraus did have a slight advantage. However, it was possible for the other relatives to refuse to cooperate and tell the world about the gold. And then, there was also the concealment of Kinzo's death to consider. Kraus was an investor. He needed not only financial clout, but also a certain degree of public confidence in him. Yeah, he needed not just money clout, but public clout, too. We need to post more memes, Kinzo. Kraus. His advantage isn't big enough for him to act so overbearing. They sure have. That's the magic of gold, baby! I would simply act rationally and just take my portion. Like, I'm set forever. Even I, greedy and money-grubbing as I am. And greedy. I said that one already. I would still be pretty satisfied with, like, even a fourth of that. It would be funny if we were still introducing new characters even now, wouldn't it? Like, even a couple of those gold bars, you're basically set forever. Like, not even set in a live comfortably way, set in a you can spend whatever you want, however much you want, as often as you want, and still never run out. By now, even I didn't have a clue who was showing this to us, or for what reason. At the very least, this new tale didn't seem to be overflowing with affection. At first, I thought it was a tale of a beautiful world where no crime occurred and Claire's regrets had vanished. But something's different. This tale is clearly filled with ill will towards us. I'm sure of that much now, but I don't have a clue who'd want to show us this. Yeah, boy, I fucking wonder. Nobody's ever lied harder than Berncastle saying she's tired of playing the bad guy. There's never been a bigger lie told ever by anybody. Oh, there it goes. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. I didn't think it was the sound of gunfire. After all, people living a normal life would never hear that kind of sound. Alright, who did it? It was the sound of thick raindrops hitting the floor. There was no rain in this underground room. It was blood dripping down from Natsuhi's right eye. The bullet had gone in through her right eye, towards the back of her head. Ripperoonie! Milf down! Milf down! We've lost one of 4. The MILFs are falling once again. The gun, which fell from Eva's grasp, landed on the floor with a hard metallic clang. As though in response to that sound, Natsuhi's head slowly turned to face the ceiling. There she goes. That's like one of my favorite MILFs too, like top 3. Natsuhi flopped backwards. When the back of her head hit the floor, a red splash spread out beneath it, forming a single flower to adorn her dead face. Kraus howled, raised his gun, and ran at Eva. At the same time, Hideyoshi leapt between them. A scuffle broke out between the two men. I know, Natsuhi gets it rough no matter what, doesn't she? Poor Natsuhi. Yeah, Natsuhi is definitely the type of person to jump at someone. Kraus, who had just seen his wife killed before his eyes, had lost all traces of rationality in his expression. He was so furious that if he had knocked Hideyoshi aside and jumped at Eva, he might have torn her throat out. Yeah, I know, bad trigger discipline. You'd never see this in our Rose Rabbit army. We train you better than that, don't we? Oh boy, here we go. Another explosion rang out. Hideyoshi's face was covered with blood. The two of them had been fighting over the gun Kraus held, trying to push it away from themselves. I know, Hideyoshi did make some Wario-ass noises. He's not making any noises now, though. When the barrel had turned to point at Kraus's chin, the sneering, formless Reaper, master of the Room of Gold, had swung its scythe once more. Oh, I guess Kraus, never mind. A line of blood trickled from Kraus's mouth. The two fell down, with Kraus's body on top of Hideyoshi. Letting out a cowardly cry, Hideyoshi backed away before Kraus's body could cover him. Now you two are guilty of at least manslaughter. As the pair of them broke down sobbing and repeatedly claiming that it was all an accident, Rosa and the others were unable to say a thing. The witch also watched this scene, but said nothing, and appeared to be completely disinterested. Jesus. I don't know, maybe some extra gold would help me remember. Part of Rosa must be giddy here, because for once she gets to lord it over Eva. So we got 4 more to go for this Twilight. Rosa's and Rudolph's gazes looked very cold and indifferent to Eva and her husband. It sure won't! It's so funny they're going through the same thing Natsuhi and Kraus did when Kinzo died. They're like, we'll say Grandpa ran off into the forest. He went streaking in the forest and never came back.
警察をごまかせるわけない遺産問題で揉める親族会議で兄さん夫婦が深夜に揃って失踪なんて
Hang on, let me jog my memory here real quick. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say maybe this is like presenting an alternative events of episode 1, but Natsuhi didn't die in the first twilight of episode 1. She died at the very end, that's right. Like, whoever's left here would hide them in the shed or something. But I was overthinking it, because Natsuhi doesn't die in the first twilight. Oh, stop the music!
いい案を思いついたわ
Though Eva had been scratching at her head, overcome with emotion, her arms suddenly fell as though their strings had been cut. Yeah, it's close. They didn't say puppet.
事故よ事故に見せかければいいのよ
Are they gonna kill everybody? Are you gonna kill everybody else here, Eva? Is this your plan now?
事故ってなんや二人の死体にははっきり銃創が残っとるんやで火事に見せかけて焼いたって銃で死んだとバレバレや
火事そんなのじゃダメよ
Oh no, Eva, she's gonna do it.
もっと
Perhaps 900 tons more.
もっともっと大きな事故じゃなきゃ
Oh, I see what they're doing. The rumors from from Anja's future, where they're like, everybody's like, Eva totally killed everybody on that island. Well, this is like presenting a game where she, in fact, does exactly that.
大きな事故
Eva slowly walked forward, tapped it, and spoke.
爆発事故よ死体が跡形も残らない事故が起こればいいのよ
She's so normal. Yeah, the face! As she played with the switch that would cause an automatic explosion at midnight, Eva spun around to look at them, a crazed expression on her face. She's so normal. I know, they got the dynamite, like the cultists. It was truly a mad flash of inspiration. If they flipped the switch to the right and waited for midnight, the 900 tons of explosives would wipe out the mansion without a trace. There wouldn't even be anything left of the corpses.
Blow it out your ass.
There certainly wouldn't be any way to tell that they had died by gunshot wounds before the explosion. Bitch, you crazy! You're cray-cray!
それが明日の夜偶然何かの拍子に間違って爆発してしまうのよそうこれは事故
She's going wild.
爆発事故
Bakuhatsu Jiko!
絶対に警察にはわからないこれならごまかせ
Okay, and how are we supposed to get off this island before midnight tomorrow?
二人の死体をごまかせる
I know, Miki Ito is great. She's Android 18 after all. Everybody loves her. Yeah, islands blow up all the time. We'll just say there was a volcano under it or something. Shaking, Hideyoshi frantically searched for a counter-argument, hoping to shut down Eva's mad idea. But he couldn't find one. If they blew everything up, the facts would all be muddled. They could make it look as though Kraus and Natsuhi had died in an explosion accident. Okay, and everybody's gonna go along with this, yeah? They're all just gonna say, yes, Eva, this is a perfectly normal, sane, and rational plan. Let's all just go along with this.
兄さんたちが死んだのだって事故だものもう一つ事故が起こるだけの話だわねえそうでしょあんたたちね
えそうでしょ
適当に考えるわと にかく私たちはたまたま明日の夜隠し屋敷にいた。そこで偶然爆発事故が起こって難を逃れた。はあ、そういう筋書きにすればいいのよ。
何をどういう筋書きにするつもりよ。クラウス兄さんと夏日姉さんだけを残して残り全員が隠し屋敷に行っていて、私たちだけが都合よく難を逃れるって一体どういう筋
They were
書きよ。
going to have a little sex.
それはこれから考えるって言ってるでしょ、バカローザ。何でもいいのよ、口裏さえ合わせればどうにでもなるのよ。考えるわよ、考えてるわよ。あんたたちも考えなさいよ。誰か考えて。
落ち着くんやエヴァ。
She's so crazy. I love it.
考える。みんなも考えとる。
She's so sexy right now.
必ずうまくいくんや。思いつくんや。お前だけに背負わせとるわけないで。みんなで背負うんやで。大丈夫、大丈夫や。必ずうまい言い訳が思いつくんや。
それはどんな言い訳なの？クラウス兄さんと夏日姉さんの2人だけを屋敷に残してみんなで隠し屋敷で夜を過ごすといううまい言い訳があるわけもない。めちゃくちゃだわ。
I love how Rose is just immediately like, this is fucking stupid. You're crazy.
そのめちゃくちゃを考えるのが私たちの
Rudolph
仕
and
事でしょ。
Kyrie, are you gonna weigh in on this at all?
何を他人面してんのよ。あんたたちも考えてよ、考えなさいよ。
姉さん、質問するわ。島を吹き飛ばしたらこの黄金はどうなるの？
それは
私たちはやっと200億の黄金を手に入れたのよ。それをみすみす吹き飛ばすつもり？
そんなの運べばいいじゃない、運べば。
Carry it away. Just put it on a boat.
爆発は明日の24時。まるまる1日あるのよ。
A full day in a typhoon?
みんなで運べばなんとか。
10トンあるのよ。お米の袋を担ぐのもやっとの私たちが一体どの程度の量をたったの
I'm just imagining like while Rosa and Eva are arguing, Rudolph and Kyrie are just like slowly walking backwards out of the room.
島の反対側まで通じる長い地下道を徒歩で往復して運ぶっていうのよ。それこそむちゃくちゃだわ。
これカードがあるじゃ
They're
ん。
like trying to sneak out.
さっきあの女から受け取った10億円の入ったカードが。
That's true, there's 3 other guns.
運べばいい。
I feel like Rudolph and Kyrie can just pick those up and they're like, Eva, stop talking. We're done having a discussion.
それを別にしても私たちには10億円が入ったカードがあるわ。3等分しても分け前は最低3億。私たちの誰もがそれで十分に金策をしのげるじゃない。
嫌よ。
何がよ。
I don't like how batshit insane this plan is, Eva.
どうして3億ポッチで納得しなきゃいけないのよ。
Yeah, we should give all that up for your sake after you just shot our family members? Eva's face twisted in anguish, and it was met by Rosa's look of cold unconcern.
クラウス兄さんたちの取り分を除いたとしても、私たちの取り分は1人50億。
Well, that's not an issue anymore, is it?
残りは47億。それを姉さんが私に払えるって言うなら、この黄金の山は好きにしてくれていいわ。
あんた何をシャーシャーと協力する気はないの？
姉さん、頭を冷静にして聞いてちょうだい。
Camera pans to Rudolph shaped like a giant golding. He just like ate all of them and he looks like a cartoon character.
私も姉さんも最も多くのお金を手に入れられる方法を提案する。
I always think of that one Doge meme where it's like, I just don't get it. How are they stealing all of our watermelons? How is he stealing all of our gold ingots?
素直に警察に取っ組み合いの末銃が暴発したと言って自首してほしいの。
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。私は嫌よ、警察なんて。
さすがに事件がここで起こったとは言いたくないよね。警察に黄金が見つかっちゃう。そうね。
Yeah, let's set up a nice little mystery.
雨が降っているから現場検証の時矛盾が発見されなくていいかもしれない。どういう経緯で雨のバラ庭園で銃を持った兄さんたちと取っ組み合いになったかについてはそれこそ姉さんに言い訳を考えてもらうわ。自分たちの罪を隠したいからって私たちとその取り分まで
They think the cops would not investigate the whole place. I feel like if you close the secret room up, they're probably not gonna find it. It's really well hidden. They're not gonna. The cops are not gonna find the gold room.
いいじゃない。別に何十年も食らい込むわけじゃない。だって事故なんでしょ。ほんの数年で
That's just, you know, manslaughter at worst.
罪を償って綺麗になって戻ってきたら姉さんの分の黄金50
What if a cop solves the epitaph? I doubt that's gonna happen.
嫌よ、絶対に嫌よ。私たちが捕まったらどうなるのよ。うちの人の会社はどうなるのよ。
You get 5 billion yen. Who needs it?
50億もあるんだから。もう働くのもバカバカしいんじゃない？
Rosa had never intended to go along with Eva's proposal. Yeah, because it's insane. If it was a question of maximizing each person's portion, no one had to do anything to gain from an explosion accident. An explosion would conceal Kraus and Natsuhi's deaths, and it would serve no further purpose. From Rosa's perspective, the ideal outcome would be for them to confess to their crimes without any unnecessary tricks. All she wanted to do was to change the crime scene from here to a different place. However, Eva didn't want to be arrested. She didn't like having her share shrink from 5 billion to 300 million, but even that was more than enough to cover the amount she'd been trying to wring out of Kraus in the first place. She wanted to hide what had happened here, even if it meant blowing away 4.7 billion yen. What would happen if they were arrested? The life, the company, and the trust that Eva had worked so long to build were things that couldn't be bought back with money. They kinda can, a little bit. So she wanted to hide Kraus and Natsuhi's death, even if it meant blowing up all 4.7 million yen worth of her gold. But from Rosa's perspective, that was just irrational nonsense. Oh boy, and then she started blasting. That was really good delivery. I've got a gun too, bitch!
私も暴発ということで殺すの。言い訳がますます難しくなるわよ。それどころか、クラウス兄さんたちのことも事故とは言い難くなるんじゃないかしら。3人もの死に関わったらかなりの大事件だよ。
Yes!
おそらく休憩は死刑。
Kiri and Rudolph in the background like, wait, what? What?
妥当なところで無期懲役。軽くても10年以上は食らい込みそうね。おとなしく。
Let's go women's wrongs! Killer MILFs!
不幸な事故がたまたま重なったことで済ませられるわ。無論、ケーキだって大したことはない。ジョージ君のことは安心して。私たちでちゃんと面倒
We'll take good care of George.
姉さんの取り分の50億はきっちり手つかずで残しておいてあげるから安心して。
Just like Eva just starts hearing the Doom soundtrack in her head. Eva ground her teeth and glared. The Rosa she knew should have been shaking and obeying her commands. And yet, Rosa wasn't scared. Her blank expression, that faint smile, was one that Eva had never seen before.
銃を下ろしなさい、姉さん。頭を冷やせば、私の提案が最善だとわかるはず。いいじゃない、刑務所。経済行為で考えてみて。
Rosa is insanely hot here. It's the hottest she's ever been. I couldn't fix her, but I sure would give her the one-night stand of a life.
そう思えばお勤めも楽しくなるんじゃない？
嘘だわ。あんたはその間に私たちの取り分も取って逃げる気よ。あんたの男がそうしたようにね。
See, this is why Natsuhi died first. She's the least murderous of the mothers.
私は逃げないわよ。お金を持ち逃げなんて絶対に。
Oh no, she triggered. She hit Rosa's trigger. Rosa's once frigid face was filled with rage. The two howling people pointed their guns at each other, shouting insults. You could smell the Gold Room's reaper slinking closer. The smell of gunpowder, the explosive smell of death, filled the room. Drip. A bubble of blood dripped from Rosa's mouth. Bada bang! Another one bites the dust. Then she fell over lifelessly like a mannequin someone had pushed over.
Eva!
Hideyoshi's quickly... he's quickly reaching his threshold of how much girl bossing he can accept.
私じゃないわよ。私本当に引き金を引いてないのに。
Yeah, let's go, Kyrie! Another MILF has entered the fray!
さっき夏日さんを撃った時、弾が空になったでしょ。再装填してないんだから、どう引き金を引いてもその銃では人は殺せないわ。安心して。
As Kyrie said this, she maneuvered the lever action with a practiced hand, and a smoke-smelling shell casing was ejected. It hit the floor with a small metallic sound. That tiny sound had a disturbing ring to it. All of the husbands are just stepping back.
無刻印のこれだけ大量のインゴットを換金するのってどれだけ大変かまるで分かってないわ。
見せ金に使っただけで後ろ宮家黄金伝説なんてのができちまうほど無理さ。換金できねえ黄金の山なんてクソの山と同じだぞ。
10トンもの黄金が水面下で換金されていて。
Yeah, what is this, like the Doom soundtrack going on here? Did Mick Gordon make this one?
これで目立つのという方が無理な話だわ。警察沙汰にしない方がいい。この島を吹き飛ばして証拠隠滅。インゴットに未練があるなら。
Alright, I guess the explosion plan is what we've decided on.
10億のキャッシュカードだけで見返りは十分。つまり、エヴァ姉さんが正しいのよ。
嬉しいわ。あなたと意見が一致。
I guess this is what we're going with. This seems really stupid to me, but you know, whatever.
警察沙汰になれば何が起こるかわからない。黄金の監禁だってそうだわ。
That's true. Kyrie is in fact the daughter of a huge Yakuza clan.
きっとボロを出すきっかけになるわよ。私たちにはどうにもならなかった。あの女が現金化してくれた10億が私たちに手に入れられる唯一のお金なのよ。そして10億の山分けだけでも私たちには十分すぎるわ。そして今ローザが死んでその分け前はさらに増えたわ。私たちは
A big whopping 500.
島から出られん。
そういうことよ。黄金を換金したいなんて。
Anja's still watching this, but I don't think she's too devastated by this. She's like used to this behavior from Eva. Leon has to watch her parents get shot. Their parents get shot.
この島で起こったすべてをなかったことにできる。そういう仕掛けがここにはあるわ。
By this point, neither deaths from accidental discharges nor shooting murders meant anything on this island. Everything would be erased equally by the explosion accident. No matter what happens between now and midnight the next day, everything would be rewritten. So what's the plan for getting off? Do you have a boat? A plane? You're in a typhoon, remember?
バカローザ！3億ポッチじゃ嫌
？What's the plan here? I feel like no one's really thinking very far ahead.
自業自得だわ。
しかしキリエさん、何も打つことはなかったやろ。ローザさんかて話せば分かってくれた話や。
打つ必要はあったのよ。だってローザさんだけが
Her gun was loaded. She was prepared.
そらどういう意味でっか？
あなたたちの足元に落ちているクラウス兄さんの銃とエヴァ姉さんの銃、どちらも発砲済みだわ。でもローザさんの銃は引き金を引くだけで弾が撃ててしまう。レバーアクションは慣れないとリロード難しいのよ。素人じゃなかなかできないわ。
綺麗さ。何の話？
あんた
500 million chump change. Give me the full 1 bill, baby. They finally realized what Kyrie meant. Rosa had the only gun that could still fire, so I shot her first. Oh, how foolish we were. Why didn't we really realize sooner? Even though we knew there's a mechanism for erasing everything that happens on this island, Eva and Hideyoshi hurried to pick up the guns that lay at their feet. Nope! At the same time, fire spat from Kyrie's gun once more. Goodbye, Hideyoshi! Hideyoshi let out a short scream, clutched at his chest, and fell over face down. Sorry, Eva, but you're only an amateur when you're compared to Kyrie when it comes to being a conniving bitch. You might have a lot of bluster, but she's been doing this way longer than you. Eva fiddled with the lever action, trying to imitate something she vaguely remembered from a Western movie. But something seemed to be caught, and the still open lever didn't budge. Kyrie is much better at hiding her power level than Eva, so nobody suspects her as much. Kyrie finished reloading with a fluid motion. The way she held it was as innocent and sure as a kid playing with a squirt gun. Bada bing! Rudolph's just like in the background with a raging boner. This is the sexiest Kyrie has ever been for him. With another heartless cry of gunfire, the puppet called Eva slumped down to the floor as though its strings had... Man, you guys are using that one a lot in these last episode.
Oh.
The cash card with 1 billion yen, which Eva had just grabbed from the witch. That alone was worth more than enough. The 20 billion yen pile of gold had skewed everyone's sense of value. Just a few million yen is enough for people to kill over. And this was 1 billion yen.
Rosa-san, あんたのさっきのあれ、名言よ。3億ポッチ？あんた、欲をかきすぎだわ。
違いねえな。お、ラッキーだぜ。
ラッキーだぜ。
まさぐらずに済む。
As Rudolph walked up to Eva's body, he found the card lying beside it and picked it up.
この薄っぺらいの1枚で10億か。
Sticking with the... Oh wait, no, that's him talking.
畳んじまって、余生はのんびり南国で過ごすか。
どうせすぐ飽きるわよ。それに私、トラブルで苦悩したり、それを乗り越えて無邪気に喜んだりするあなたが好きなんだもの。
言うね。
ありがとう。黄金の魔女。
Yeah, I guess we gotta blast her away
この
too.
10億は私とルドルフさんで有効
Can't have no witnesses.
クラウス兄さんはあんたを紳士的に扱うと約束したわ。
Unfortunately, I'm a woman and also a
で
bitch.
も私はそんな約束をしていない。
Yeah, caked up and bricked up are two. Why the boobs? Boobs? Boobies? Well, there, bye. She pulled the trigger without a trace of mercy. When the ringing of the gunfire died down, blood trickled from the witch's mouth, and she fell over onto the bed. Once again, Kyrie ejected the used shell casing. The 4 metal sounds of used shells hitting the floor seemed to symbolize the fact that Rudolph and his wife now possessed all shares of the gold.
本当に頭の回転の鈍いやつらだわ。爆弾の仕掛けを聞いたとき、この島からすべての仲良しごっこが消え去ったことに気づけなかったなんて。
悪いな、兄貴、姉貴。 ローザ。まあこいつはたまたまの。
That's how the cookie crumbles.
勘弁してくれよな。兄貴と姉貴が喧嘩をしてローザがそれに巻き込まれ、俺がひょいっと漁夫の利をさらう。昔からのお約束じゃねえか。なあ。
It wasn't as though Rudolph and Kyrie had planned to kill everyone and take everything for themselves from the start. Kyrie had quickly realized by the length of the barrel of the gun in her hands that it would probably hold 5 rounds at a time. Yes, Kyrie and Rudolph were both very familiar with this gun. Rudolph, whose interest in guns from old westerns came from his father, owned a shotgun of the same model. Even Kyrie had earned the qualifications to use that gun, becoming familiar enough with it that they could go shooting out together for fun. So there's one more round in that gun. So let's see. Natsuhi, Kraus, Rosa, Eva, Hideyoshi. That's only 5. First Twilight requires 6. So, you know. Oh, right. Beatrice. My mistake. That is 6. Never mind. Maybe they won't kill each other. Maybe husband and wife get to run off happily. Who knows? Including the witch, there had been 8 people there. 6 people besides the 2 of them. Each gun held 5 rounds. That was 1 short. They didn't have enough to kill everyone. It's pretty lucky for you, I guess. That coincidental accident had provided the missing bullet. It wasn't the second shot. The very first shot, which had accidentally killed Natsuhi, had guaranteed that their massacre would happen. In this smoke and corpse-filled room of gold, the 2 of them were easygoing smiles, hardly any different from those they usually wore. Rudolph picked up Rosa's gun. Then he fired a test shot at the wall and ejected the old shell with a smooth motion like Kyrie's. Kyrie went to the box of bullets on the table, casually picked up a few, and loaded them one after another into her gun. Well, we still got some youngins to take care of.
そしたらあとは24時間を待つだけ。
朝になれば姿が見えないと騒ぎになるぜ。
騒がせなければいい。
そうなんだ。バトルはどうする？
あなたの子供よ。私の子供じゃないわ。
Let's go, girl boss!
そういうことね。あんなに懐いてたじゃねえか、あいつ。
Well, that was a mistake.
じゃあ、うまいこと言いくるめる言い訳を考えてね。私はエンジェのことを考える。あなたはバトラ君のことを考える。公平でしょ？
Does she know? I'm still going with my theory about the whole... they switched them somehow. That Asuma really had the miscarriage and Kyrie's son is Battler.
私... 自分の子供には優しいけれど。
What a twisted irony that would be.
アスムさんの子供にまで優しくするの結構。
That's like the one theory I haven't been proven right on yet, but I feel really confident about it at this point because it would be the most brutal irony for this conversation right here.
分かってるでしょ?
Kyrie's voice had grown cold. She had acted warmly towards Battler because that had been the adult thing to do. He was Rudolph's son, so she tried to avoid being hostile, nothing more. But underneath, he was the son of Asumu, a woman Kyrie still hated even though she was dead. Now that she had given birth to Anja and finally built up a new family, was Battler's return really such a happy thing for her?
腹をくくってここまで来たら10億をつかむか死ぬかだけよ。バトラ君が納得しなかったら悪いけれどそれまでよ。
脅かすなよ。任せろって。うまいこと丸め込んでやるから。
せいぜいしっかりね。バトラ君が事故で亡くなったと聞いたら。
Boy, will she?
エンジェも悲しむわ。
おう。手始めにどうする？
朝を待って得になることはないわ。今が最適よ。
やれ。一服する暇もなしかよ。
But bang! Things are going great. Things are going wonderfully. The plan's coming together. We're getting a lot of money out of this deal.
テスト？何をする気だよ。この時間に？今から？
Battler yelled wildly into the receiver. When he said at this time of night, George and Jessica turned to look. According to the clock, it was past midnight. It might be a normal time to be told to brush their teeth and go to bed, but he couldn't understand what this test thing was all about. I do remember episode 4, time for those tests. Okay, so this is what this is then, because I was thinking about it a little bit, but now that we've gotten here, it's like a bit of an amalgamation of all the ways that they were murdered in previous episodes. We got Kinzo's test, got them shooting each other over the gold. So I think it's gonna, this is like, we're mixing it all together.
ジョージの兄貴に。
So they're gonna pretend they're doing the thing from episode 4 where it's like, help, we've been captured. Grandpa's gone crazy.
うちの親父から。
もしもし、変わりました。ジョージです。
おう、ジョージ君か。こんな時間にすまねえな。寝てたわけじゃねえだろ。みんなでいろいろ盛り上がってたんだろ。
そんなところです。マリアちゃんは寝てて。いや、目が覚めたみたいです。
Alright, Rudolph, let's see how you do at killing this 9-year-old girl.
何の話ですか？バトラ君はテストとか言ってましたけど。
ん？ああ、親父にも困ったもんさ。さっき唐突に上から降りてきてな。いろいろあった挙句、どの孫が次の当主にふさわしいかなんて話に急になっちまってよ。
次期当主はクラウスおじさんなのでは。
俺たち4人はみんな次期当主失格だとよ。それで俺たち親をすっ飛ばして孫から次期当主を選ぶなんて話になっちまったわけさ。急な話で俺たちも大いに荒れてる。向こうで兄貴たちはケンケンガクガクやってるぜ。姉貴の金切り声が受話器越しにも聞こえねえか？
そうですか。おじい様がおっしゃることなら仕方がない。
Oh, George. Gullible, gullible George.
僕たちはどうすれば？
ジェシカちゃんから順に一人ずつ呼び出しがあるそうだ。ちょっと待ってくれ。ああ、もしもし。トップバッターはジョージ君とジェシカちゃんだそうだ。ジェシカちゃんは屋敷の客前、ジョージ君は礼拝堂の前まで行ってほしいそうだ。
いきなりのことで心の準備が全くありませんが、テストって何ですか？
親父のやつめ、おかしなクイズみたいなものを作ったみたいだ。当主の心構えとは何ぞやみたいな沈問らしいぜ。
Of course, a few things about this seemed off to George. However, Kinzo was famous for doing radical things on a whim. Even this strange test seemed plausible once he heard that it was a sudden idea of Kinzo's. But even so, if he wanted to test them one by one, why wouldn't he call them out one by one? They could have just had everyone wait in some reception room to be called in one at a time. Why would two people be called to two different places at the same time? The plan didn't seem to make sense, and George felt he was missing something.
しかし、なんだってジョージ君は礼拝堂前なんだ。
I wonder.
じいさまが特に
Oh yeah, butter him up real good.
よくはわからねえが、二人きりで話したいことがあるそうだ。
おじい様が僕です。
何の話だろうな。ジョージ君は孫の中で一番優秀だ。
Oh yeah, he'll fall for it hook, line, and sinker if you tease him.
何か特に話したいことでもあるんじゃねえか。ま、とにかくそういうわけだ。すぐに移動してくれ。礼拝堂の方には俺も行くことになってる。さっさと済ませようぜ。
It's pretty interesting seeing all the crazy crimes occur from the murderer's perspective.
そうですか。
George, I don't want to spoil anything, but I think you're a sure shot.
わかりました。では、僕は礼拝堂の前へ。ジェシカちゃんは客前。はい、 それでは後ほど。
What sort of test or private conversation could Kinzo possibly want to have at this time of night? Then again, it's a well-known fact that Kinzo doesn't have long to live. It wouldn't be so strange if he wanted to give some sort of will to each of his descendants individually. Inside George's mind, the faint feeling that something was wrong was replaced by a desire to meet Kinzo directly and hear about this in more detail. George set down the receiver and quickly explained to the others.
聞いたの通りだよ。おじい様が僕たち全員に何かのテストをしたいと言ってる。
テスト？
何年かぶりに書斎から出てきたと思ったら、こんな時間にテストごっこかよ。たくじいさまめ、何を考えてやがんだ。
それに関しては僕たちの親も同感のようだよ。かなり揉めてるみたいだ。
揉めたところでじいさまには勝てないんだろうけどな。
そういうことだね。仕方がない。当主様の命令だからね。従おう。まず最初は僕とジェシカちゃんが呼ばれてる。僕は礼拝堂へ。ジェシカちゃんはお屋敷の客前だそうだ。
俺とマリアは
追って連絡があると思うよ。ここで待ってて。
真夜中のテスト。
Sleepover with Battler.
どんなテストだろう。クイズ？パズル？マリア、狼と羊のパズルなら。
You sure are, Maria. Maria, who was now fully awake, seemed to be very excited about this unexpected midnight test.
じゃあ俺たちは留守番してるぜ。
うん。じゃあ行ってくるよ。もう待ってるみたいだし。
次期当主は孫の誰かにね。私には好都合だぜ。誰かに押し付けるチャンス。
マリア、次期当主になる。
You sure you will?
なりたい。
マリアが次期当主ってのも悪くねえぜ。
じゃあね。また後で。
Sure you will, Maria. You'd be a great successor. Rudolph put down the receiver and stood up.
さて、俺は礼拝堂前か。冷えそうだな。ゴーダさん、戻ってきたら。
Oh, that's right, the help is still around. Next to Rudolph, Goda... Oh, never mind, he's fucking dead. Goda was lying face up. His face was covered by a crossword puzzle book. However, its pages were stained with blood, and he didn't need to move the book to imagine how he had met his pitiful ends.
どう？いい脚本だったでしょ？
ああ。親父に感謝だぜ。親父の気まぐれってことにしときゃ。誰も疑いやしねえ。
じゃあ手分けしていきましょう。私はジェシカちゃんを。あなたはジョージ君。
I wonder if either of them had thought about why they haven't seen either Shannon or Canon around.
おう。手際よく済ませて、のんびりコーヒーでもすすろうぜ。
大丈夫よね。今頃になって両親の呵責とかないわよね。
Kyrie smiled coldly. It probably would have been safer to call them out one by one and finish them off together. However, Kyrie had chosen to have her husband work separately. Gotta show your resolve, babe! She wanted to measure... Oh, you know what? I didn't expect the next sentence to literally say that. She wanted to measure Rudolph's resolve. If she was the only one who got her hands dirty, and Rudolph just watched, his heart wouldn't be as dedicated to this venture. By having him dirty his own hands, she could make him truly determined to see this thing through. Kyrie understood this sort of mind game better than anyone else. Rudolph reflexively averted his gaze from the cold glint in her eyes, but then he just shrugged and answered her question.
当たり前だろ。10億の金が手に入るかどうかの瀬戸際にいるんだ。
A hot billion burning a hole in our pocket.
人生に二度とないチャンス。棒に振るつもりはねえさ。
それでこそルドルフさん、私はここ一番のチャンスを逃さない人が好き。そんなあなただから 私は好きになったのよ。
おう。嬉しいぜ。
Your friend predicted this when they were on episode 3? What, that Rudolph and Kyrie were killers?
ルドルフさん。
That's funny.
なんだよ。
ずっといてね。
え？なんだって？
ずっと。
Don't be changed by murdering anyone.
ルドルフさんのままでいてね。
Kyrie specifically. I could see why you would predict that on episode 3, that Kyrie might be the murderer, because that's when she starts revealing how fucking crazy she actually is. She, like, drops the mask. And then you kind of, and then she, like, kind of raises it back up over the next few episodes. Like, she doesn't get much attention in 4, 5, and 6, so you kind of stop thinking about it.
お前はそんな心配より、祝杯をあげる時のシャンパンの銘柄でも迷ってろってんだ。
そうするね。いい？
Like, she quickly reveals herself as the most ruthless. And not even in the way, like, Eva is. Like, Eva's very opportunistic, but she wouldn't come up with this plan.
バトラ君が大事なら、礼拝堂前でジョージ君をやっちゃダメよ。死体を見つけられたら面倒でしょ。
ああ、わかってる。その辺にうまく誘い出す。雨の屋外で。どうとでもなるさ。
西部劇の悪役じゃないんだからね。メイドの土産とか、最後に言い残すことはとか、そんなことやっちゃダメよ。
Kyrie lifted up her gun again and ran the lever to eject the casing from the round she had killed Goda with. Oh, are these like the ghosts? Eva was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. Oh, hang on, she's still going. Excuse me, Eva was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. She hadn't been shot at all. The bullet had grazed her head and missed. No way! No fucking way! She hadn't been playing dead. She really thought that she'd been shot. When Kyrie's gun spat fire, Eva felt something fierce skim past her head. No fucking way Kyrie missed! Before feeling lightheaded and fainting. Then she had awoken in the now silent room of the gold. The remains of her beloved husband lay beside her, as well as Kraus, Natsuhi, and Rosa's corpses. It was a room of death and piled up bodies. When she had cried all she could over Hideyoshi's body, she realized that she still had something she needed to do. They're trying to use the bomb to blow up everything, to bury this whole island with an explosion incident. Of course, as Eva had expected, the switch on the clock was set to the right, which meant that it was active. Eva moved to flip it to the left, and stopped. That's right. As long as this switch points to the right, everything that happens will disappear in this night of illusions. Yes, this is an illusion. No matter what happens tonight, everything will become muddled and hidden away. When she looked at the table with the box of bullets, she saw signs that had roughly grabbed a bunch of bullets before leaving. It clearly showed that they planned to use that many bullets. I have to fight, if only to protect just the life of my precious son. The gun that I dropped when I was shot is stuck with the lever open. No matter how hard I pull, I won't open any further, and it won't close again. Apparently a bullet has gotten jammed, breaking it. Just as Kyrie said, loading a bullet is tough if you aren't used to it. Eva has to live? Yeah. I mean, she hasn't lived in a lot of games, so, you know. But if this is what I suspect, which is the one that's supposed to be closest to the quote-unquote true events, then yeah. In Hideyoshi's hand was Krause's gun, which he had been trying to pick up. Eva took it, prayed to her husband one more time, and tugged on the lever handle. With a light metallic sound, the gold casing spun through the air and bounced off the ground. This is a tea party, this isn't a game, that's true. So I guess this one is probably the closest to real events. When she timidly tried to push the lever back, this time it returned to its original place without any resistance. There was another metallic clang. It was the sound of a new bullet being loaded.
そんなことだろうと思ったわ。私にとって一番胸くその悪いゲームを見せて嘲笑ってやろうって魂胆ね。
In the games so far, various people have been suspected of being the culprit or an accomplice. The only difference now is that Rudolph and Kyrie were those suspects. However, to Anja, that was the most infuriating plot twist possible. Yeah, those are her parents, no wonder. Even Leon was full of painful thoughts. Solving the epitaph was supposed to be the only miracle that could lead to a game without a single victim. But ironically, the tragedy hadn't been averted even so. Does this mean we aren't allowed to have a future where we all happily return from this island alive, even if the epitaph is miraculously solved before the crime occurs? A miracle certainly will not occur. Yep, they said that. Those words, which I had heard in one of the fragments Berncastle had shown me, raced through my mind.
ベルンカステルさん、あなたは私にこの世界の素晴らしさを教えてくれた。そんなあなたがエンジェを傷つけるためだけにこんな物語を紡ぐとは信じたくない。ゲームマスターがあなたであることはもう。
Yeah, they said as much. She gets to be the game master this time.
教えてください。どうしてあなたはこんなゲームを私たちに見せるんです？
Of course, no one answered Leon's muttered question. The game created to mock Anja continued emotionlessly, with more terrible twists that didn't betray anyone's expectations anymore.
好きに最悪のゲームを繰り広げればいい。猫箱の中の無限の可能性の中の一つだと言いたいんでしょ。好きになさいよ、好きに。私はこんなことではくじけない。
Put on a brave face, Anja.
10月5日の真実をいつか必ず暴いてやるんだから。
But maybe that's the most painful thing of all, Anja. That you don't find out. That somebody just tells you, and it's the worst possible version you could imagine. After meeting Kyrie in the parlor, Jessica has told that the test would be held in the dining hall, and she followed Kyrie there.
誰もいねえぜ、キリエおばさん。
すぐに来るわよ。そこに座ってて。
Jessica sat in the chair she had been offered, looking nervous and agitated. Kyrie was by far the calmer of the two. Kyrie closed the door behind her, revealing the gun that rested behind it. Jessica was facing the other way, so she saw nothing.
キリエおばさんは聞いているんですか？どんなテストか。
ええ、すぐに終わる。
そうだといいんですけどね。
As she complained, Jessica turned her head around, and the tip of her nose bumped into cold metal. Damn! Just like that, huh?
ルドルフおじさん、何をするんですか？
後ろから撃つのはどうにも性に合わね
え。危ないじゃないですか。一体何の真似です？
銃口を向けて引き金を引くってのは他に何の真似があるってんだ？
Rudolph reloaded rapidly and pulled the trigger again without any sign of hesitation. As the sound of gunfire thundered through the rain, George grabbed at his side and fell to his knees.
おかしい。やっぱり狙いより下にずれるぜ。この銃。
This gun sucks! George started stumbling away, still clutching at his side. His voice as he called for help was weak and thin. In comparison, Rudolph, who stood behind him, looked perfectly calm as he fiddled with his gun and checked his sights. It felt to George as though something had gouged the side and kill! It was so painful that he could barely stand and walk. He leaned against the trunk of a tree. After he crouched down, trying to cover his wound, he was no longer able to stand back up. George didn't have a clue what was going on. However, he had felt as though something was wrong this whole time. Of course, it was strange that he'd be called out alone to a place like this, at a time like this. And yet, how could he have known that something was wrong? After all, his own uncle had told him that his grandfather was asking him to come join the family conference. How could he have suspected? For the money! Big money! With a quick use of the lever handle, he reloaded another bullet. The casing of the bullet that had pierced George's side fell heartlessly in front of him. Of course, George didn't have a clue what Rudolph was talking about. All he knew was that Rudolph wanted to kill him, and that he showed no trace of hesitation. His image of Rudolph as the ideal, cool, joke-loving adult didn't match up with the man standing in front of him, holding a gun. No, maybe this feels wrong because it fits him too well. He has that same smile, as though he's about to tell some hilarious joke. But he's pointing a gun at me. Why would that kind, funny Uncle Rudolph do this? It made him feel unimaginably sad, and tears flowed from his eyes. Sure hope this isn't the time you decided to grow a conscience, Rudolph. He bit down the pain in his side. With the last of his strength, George threw his whole body into a roundhouse kick. At the same time, fire spat from Rudolph's gun. The bullet pierced George's chest. George spun around as he fell amidst an outpouring of blood. He moaned wordlessly, clenching blood-stained teeth. The frigid gun was pressed harshly against his temple. Yeah, you tried. Well, that's where you're wrong. Believe the opposite. It is funny how this presents such a cold, harsh reality compared to some of the other games. Where, like, George is like, oh, he gets to do all these cool capoeira kicks. This one, he doesn't even get a hit in. The ruthless trigger forestalled any further questions. Even if it was, you know, even if all that stuff about him doing, like, cool kicks was a fantasy, it sure was nice to be presented with one at all instead of cold, harsh, probable truth. George's hands, which had been covering his wound, dropped lifelessly. When Rudolph saw the last glimmer of life leave him, he sighed deeply and looked tired. Rudolph looked up into the dark, rainy sky, the raindrops hitting him full in the face, and laughed with an indescribable expression, his tongue hanging out. Guess I'm just a sociopath. Awesome. Rudolph laughed. This was probably just the thing Kyrie had hoped for. It had taken considerable effort to kill George. He may have been merciless, but the last traces of a conscience in Rudolph's heart had probably slowed him down. However, now that he'd killed someone with his own hands, a turning point that few people ever reach, Rudolph had finally awakened. No, he finally understood.
目の前に金の山があったら早いもん勝ち。遅いやつは蹴落とされて地獄行きってわけさ。
Haven't I driven dozens of poor fools into debt with my earlier swindles? Several of those probably ended up bankrupt, and some of those might have hanged themselves. And I always laughed like it was none of my business. He's a little kaiju pilled right now, and that's all there is to it. The only difference now is that, for the first time, I've dealt the final blow with my own hands.
ありがとうよ、君。いつもお前は俺の心の甘えを断ち切ってくれるよ。
Good job on the mind-breaking, Kyrie. You did good. You did good with that plan. Rudolph's evil laugh rang out. The laugh was so purely evil it was almost soothing. Hypocritical evil that still contains some pangs of conscience is far more repulsive to behold. If a man's committed to doing great evil anyway, how much more pleasant and gallant it is when he's wholly devoted to his goal. In that sense, Rudolph's evil smile and laugh were pleasant and gallant indeed. Which means the brutal, bloody stage of the dining hall must have been soothing as well. What is going on now? A clang, a thud, a crack, a squish. A strange mixture of these sounds kept repeating over and over at the same tempo. Each time, a red splash landed on the tablecloth dangling nearby. Oh my god, did you not even shoot her? Are you just like beating her to death with the gun? Kyrie asked this with the sort of smile any aunt might to make it to her niece. However, Jessica didn't answer. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, by now, her nose had been broken, her eyes had been smashed, her teeth had been knocked out, and not only her nose but her entire face was now hardly recognizable as a face, just a lump of bloody flesh. Kyrie finally stopped her task of repeatedly smashing Jessica's face with the stock of her gun. Still sitting on top of Jessica, she tossed her gun to the side, pulled a compact out of her pocket, and looked at her own face in the mirror. Then, finally, she realized that her face was covered by speckles of fresh blood. Yeah, because in episode 4, when Jessica died after the Renove and Gop fights, her head was like caved in. With a muffled laugh, Kyrie shakily rose to her feet. Jessica wasn't moving anymore. She had been convulsing a bit until a second ago, but now she was still as stone. I bet it isn't. You crazy Yakuza lady, you. Kyrie pulled the tablecloth off and used it like a towel to wipe the blood from all over her body. However, instead of taking the blood off, it just smeared it around, and did nothing to remove the stench of blood and death that covered her. When she got tired of rubbing the tablecloth against the blood, Kyrie walked over to the extension line telephone in the corner of the room. Then she dialed the number for the cousin room in the guest house.
もしもし、私よ。今度はバトラ君の番よ。今度はバトラ君が礼拝堂前に行ってちょうだい。ええ、そう。マリアちゃんの指示は受けてないわ。 そこで待っててもらってええ、しっかりね。バトラ君が次期当主に選ばれるよう応援してるわ。
She's gonna be like, all right, Rudolph, now kill your son. With the same smile as usual and the partly wiped splashes of blood still covering her face, Kyrie finished her call to Battler. When she sat down the receiver, there was a small knock and Rudolph came back into the room.
おお、ひでえありさまだな。
ジェシカちゃん、思ったより
No,
反応
that's
の
not
いい
true. Kyrie is nothing like Patrick Bateman. Unlike Patrick Bateman, she doesn't just imagine it, she goes through with it.
まさかあそこで払いのけられるとは思わなかったわ。
この死にざまじゃむしろお気の毒としか言えんね。夏日姉さんにのいい女が台無しだぜ。
そっちは手こずらなかった？
問題なしでちょろいもんさ。
When Kyrie heard Rudolph's instant response, she favored him with an evil smile. Yes, the man she loved was the sort who could do it if he tried, without letting cheap emotions get in the way.
愛してるわ、ルドルフさん。そうでなくっちゃ。
これで日当が10億出るならちょろい仕事じゃん。親父がよく言ってたぜ。男は人生で一度
Power couple indeed.
人を殺す覚悟を持って臨む日が訪れるってね。
常に相手を殺してでも生き残る覚悟を持ってよね。お父様の言葉の中で一番好きな言葉よ。
お次はどうする？俺のライフルは血を求めてるぜ。
次は大仕事よ。バトラ君の説得。
Yeah, convincing.
おっと、こいつは面倒だ。引き金引かずに終わりたいもんだ。
私は気に入ってるのよ。エンジェとの3人家族の生活。でもどうしてもそれにバトラ君を加えたいというなら頑張ってね。
おう、グーの音も言わせねえつもりだ。大丈夫。うまく騙すシナリオ
Oh
も
boy,
用意
let's
し
hear
て
it.
るさ。
I'm sure it's gonna be great.
頑張ってね。私もできることならエンジェの大好きなお兄ちゃんが爆発事故に巻き込まれないことを願ってるわ。
分かってるさ。じゃあ俺は礼拝堂に戻るぜ。
ルドルフさん、
なんだ？
バトラ君が納得しなかった。
分かってる。その時はズドン
バトラ君は私との再婚に抗議して家を飛び出すくらいに行動力がある。中途半端な丸め込み方で後日にいろいろと騒がれたら彼は私たちの命取りになる。
That's true, that Battler, he's pretty willful.
俺を信じろ。
もしバトラ君が不信感を持ってると私が判断したならその時は私の手で殺す。私の子供じゃないんだ。
分かってる。だからキリエ、一つだけ約束してくれ。
何？
もしバトラーをうまく丸め込めて島から3人で出られたら。
出られたら？
バトラのことを二度と私の子供じゃないみたいなことを言うな。お前は母なんだから。
Oh, he knows. He totally did it on purpose. That's the thing he was talking about in other games where he's like, I gotta tell you something. I got a secret, Battler, but if I tell you, I'll probably die. Cause he was talking about Kyrie. She would fucking kill him if she found out. Now we know literally, not even in an angry wife way. She'd murder the hell out of him. Oh, I'm so convinced I'm right. Kyrie shrugged and answered as she loaded bullets.
あなたは礼拝堂へ。私はバトラ君が出て行った頃を見計らってゲストハウスの連中をすべて片付けるわ。
大丈夫か？一人で。
そっちこそ。
Battler left the guest house under an umbrella. He had been called to the area in front of the chapel, just like George had been. Not even 30 minutes had passed since the time Jessica and George had been called out. Apparently, this test didn't last too long.
そじじいめ。昼飯にさえ姿を出さなかったくせに引きこもり生活で昼夜が逆転してやがるに違いねえ。引きこもり生活で昼夜が逆転してやがるに違いねえ。
Kinzo is the world's most powerful NEET. Complaining all the way, Battler strode off into the rain. Almost immediately, he was swallowed up by the darkness of the rose garden and passed out of sight. And then, Kyrie could be seen coming out from the darkness of the rose garden. Alright, Kyrie, time to kill a 9-year-old girl. Her right hand held a gun. Her left an umbrella. Her inner pocket contained the master keyring she had stolen from Goda. Her right pocket had a handful of bullets. Her left held a knife she had taken from the kitchen. This girl is fucking strapped. She was a carefully and perfectly outfitted murderer. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the swirling skies. It lit up only half of Kyrie's face. Her cheek was still covered with Jessica's blood. Under the eaves, Kyrie folded up her umbrella, smiled, and spoke to no one.
ただいま、みんな。
Rudolph could be seen under the eaves of the chapel. He had hidden his gun in the nearby shadows and was now smoking a cigarette.
あの単細胞を騙すなんて簡単。うまくいかなきゃそれだけの話だぜ。
He glanced over at the place he had stowed his gun. The cigarette smoke began to pleasantly cloud his mind. Battler isn't a kid anymore. He's an adult who can choose his path through life as he pleases. When animals grow up, it's normal for them to form a group and go on a journey. Humans are the only ones that keep treating their young like kids even after they get big.
こんなことならお前に土下座なんかするんじゃなかったな。お前を連れ戻して後悔してるぜ。
Yeah, nothing sure would have happened if Battler never came back. He puffed out those words along with the smoke. When Battler came, he didn't intend to voice those regrets of his. Rudolph was already determined to play the part of the evil murderer who kills for money.
遅えな。まだ来ねえのか。
At that moment, he heard the sound of someone stepping on gravel. He looked up, thinking that Battler had finally arrived, but the sound had come from the opposite direction of the mansion. It's gonna come down to the girl bosses fighting.
よくもうちの人を。
姉貴生きてたのか。
残念ね。生きてたわよ。お会いに行くね。でもうちの人はダメだったわ。
It all comes down to the girl bosses. Who can out-girl boss who? With a face obscured by anger and tears, Eva slowly walked forwards, her gun raised. Her husband had been killed right in front of her. She probably wouldn't even hesitate. Realizing that a gun, quivering with anger, was pointed right at his chest, Rudolph backed away. As he pretended to retreat, he approached the gun he had hidden in the shadows.
落ち着けよ姉貴。その銃を下ろせって。俺だってあんなことを望んだわけじゃない。突然のことで俺にもどうしようもなかったんだ。
Sure, sure.
いい加減なことを言わないで。
As Eva had said, it really had been a half-baked, pointless thing to say. Rudolph would have said anything if he thought it would calm Eva's emotions before she pulled the trigger, which she looked capable of doing at any moment now. Then, Rudolph's foot came in contact with his gun.
とにかく話をしよう。もうじきジョージ君も来るはずだ。お、いやジョージ君、ここだここだ。
Rudolph waved as though George was coming from behind Eva. Let Eva's attention turn in that direction. That idiot. My simple big sister has always been a sucker. Die. Gunfire. Then, a bit later, the sound of something heavier than rain drip dropping onto the cobblestone. I'm sorry, Rudolph, she did not fall for the old look behind you trick.
ルドルフ、あんたの小細工なんて昔からお見通しよ。
The bullet Eva fired went straight into Rudolph's chest. The bullet Rudolph fired at Eva missed, landing near her feet. Yeah, that thing does aim fucking low. Jesus. It's like I'm playing the GM sniper without its scope up. The bitch was right in front of you. How low did that gun shoot? He dropped the gun into a puddle with a splash, staggered backwards, and leaned against the wall of the chapel. Eva dashed up to him, kicked away the gun that had fallen into a puddle, and grabbed Rudolph by the collar. Lol, sorry, I'm dying now. Eva, who claimed to know all of her little brother's tricks, also knew that Rudolph's final words, as his consciousness began to fade away thanks to the bullet wound, were not a lie. An empty shell casing bounced off the cobblestone. The furious gun barrel was pressed against Rudolph's forehead. It sure won't. We've seen episode 4 and 3, the tea party of episode 3. A bolt of lightning turned everything white. However, the wall of the chapel was stained blood red. A red splash like a crushed tomato came out from the back of Rudolph's head and covered the wall. Then, leaving a red trail behind him, Rudolph sagged downwards, sat on the ground, and fell over. Eva dashed off towards the bushes. She found George's corpse almost immediately, screamed, and broke down sobbing. Rudolph's bloody corpse was exposed to the rain that ran down off the eaves. His eyes were still wide open. A fist-sized, flesh-covered hole was open in the back of his head, and his insides were exposed to the open air. Inside was a mixed jelly of flesh, brains, and spinal fluid. That goop, which looked like someone had mixed it up with a spoon, dripped from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and the hole in his head. What happened? What happened, Anja? I thought you said you wouldn't fall for this. Anja clutched at her head, sobbing and moaning. Her father had dirtied his hands with murder over money, and on top of that, he had faced such a cruel end, and Anja had been forced to see his corpse. It was hard to imagine a more painful experience for a daughter to go through. I'm totally fed up with this. It's completely meaningless.
ベルンカステルさん、いるんでしょうどこかに。もうこのゲームをやめてください。何の意味もない。
As if in answer to that yell, a black shadow appeared a few seats in front of them. Oh, there she is. Have you been ignoring us? Or perhaps she was sitting there the whole time. Maybe we just couldn't see her until we were aware of her. It was, without a doubt, the back of Burn Castle's head.
ベルンカステルさん。うるさいわよ。静かに鑑賞できないの？
The witch turned around with bored eyes, as though the two people yelling were the strange ones.
もうやめてください。この世界が10月4日から5日の間の閉ざされた猫箱の世界だということを私たちも理解しています。
The games are all like messages, or maybe more like a roundabout love letter. A single message can be conveyed over several games, but now we understand. We know that endless tales can seep out of the sealed 2-day cat box. And beyond that, I even know the culprit and the motive. That has already been revealed, and it doesn't even have anything to do with this game.
猫箱の物語という回を私たちは2人とも得ているんです。 だからこれ以上このようなゲームを繰り返す理由はないはずです。もしこれがあなたと私たちのゲームだというなら、私たちはすでに答えを得ている。ゲームは終了していいはずです。
Oh, hi, Lambda Delta. There you are.
静かにしろってベルンが言ってんで
I
し
was
ょ。
wondering where you've been. It's been a while. Another shadow appeared in the next seat over, turned around, and scolded the pair.
意味ならあるわよ。見てればわかるわ。
ゲームマスターはあなた。
違うわよ。
では誰が、まさかクレルが。
見ていればわかるわ。
You'll see.
すぐにね。
Just down in front. Shut up and stop guessing about where the movie's going and just watch. I hate it when people do that in movie theaters. They're like, oh, I bet this is gonna happen. I'm like, shut up. I'm trying to watch the movie.
生き残るのはどっちかしら。
Berncastle isn't the game master? Then who is? Could Claire have created this cruel tale? Or are there even more witches playing around in this cat box? Well, yeah, Pyropoyo, after every climax is a denouement. The falling action, as it were. The guest house was wrapped in silence. There were no sounds, no trace of anyone's presence, no breathing from anyone alive. There wasn't anything to be heard anymore. If anything could be heard, it was the sound of the murderer's feet stepping across the floor. Kyrie slowly passed through the lounge. In her right hand was a gun. In her left hand was a knife. The knife was stained with blood, and some was still dripping from the tip, leaving behind red tracks like a demon's footprints. Her hands were filled with tools of murder, so she wasn't capable of doing anything but murder. In that sense, at that moment, she was clearly and purely a murderer. The murderer went to the entrance hall, and then, only after reaching the front door, looked down to see the two blood-stained hands of a killer. Those hands gripped the tools of death that had performed a cruel massacre. Then, at last, the murderer realized that it wouldn't even be possible to open the door like this, and tossed aside the knife. Then the murderer reached out to the door, turned around calmly, and spoke.
ごめんね、みんな。でも安心してね。数日後、新聞は不幸な事故を
Just a
掲
big
載
old
する
explosion that happened by
そ
accident.
してあなたたちは事故の瞬間まで何も知らずに楽しく過ごしていたに違いないと新聞もニュースも噂する人々も言うでしょうね。それはつまりあなたたちは10月5日の24時まで楽しく過ごしていたということ。
So said the one who had stained that bloody guest house red.
この時間にはいとこ同士で楽しくはしゃいで夜更かしをしている。そして朝が早い使用人の人は高いびき、遅番の人は日誌でも書いて、あるいはほっと一息を入れてる頃でしょうね。そういうことなの。ここでこうしているといとこ部屋での大はしゃぎが聞こえてくるようだわ。
Yep, everybody's having a great time. You're definitely not insane. Humans outside the cat box would probably never understand what Kyrie was saying. Only she, shut inside the cat box of the explosion accident, could know what it really meant. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Kyrie almost picked up an umbrella, but then stopped suddenly, as if she'd just thought of something. Then she started walking out into the rain, not caring at all whether she got wet or not. Did the murderer not want an umbrella to get in the way of her gun? Or was she hoping that the rain would act as a shower to get the blood off her? Kyrie stopped walking, as though something unexpected had caught her attention. However, this time it was no whim of hers. Oh, hi, Eva.
よくも殺したわね。あら、エヴァ姉さん、ショックだわ。
Yeah, I wonder. That's a great question, Kyrie. You're usually pretty good at this so far. Let's go. Mill fight, mill fight.
礼拝堂裏の地下階段から戻ってきたのなら
ええ礼拝堂の前でルドルフにも会ったわ
元気そうだった
Where's Battler in all this? Where did he disappear to?
兄弟で久しぶり仲良く語り合ったわ
Like he was going to the chapel and then he just never showed up.
そう目立ちたがり屋なのにここ一番で頼りない人やっぱりあの人は
Oh yeah, Kyrie handled Maria. We didn't get to see that because that would be too much. They don't usually show child murder in this. After that short exchange of words, Kyrie already knew that Rudolph had been killed. However, no trace of urgency or panic rose to her face. She just closed her eyes with her usual unconcerned expression, and when she opened them again, she had regained her composed smile. Oh, for me!
その服の血は何あんたゲストハウスから出てきたわね
Oh yeah, I did some big child murders.
今私殺人事件の真っ最中
殺したのみんなマリアちゃんまで
生かして朝を迎える理由がないの朝になれば騒ぎになって面倒になる無線で島の外に連絡したり助けを求めたりするかもしれないだからこれが極めてベスト
Optimal. Kyrie knows those optimal child killing combos.
人でなし金に目がくらんで人の命を奪うなんて
あなただってうまいこと
That's true, you did blast Natsuki's head off like 5 minutes ago.
あれは事故よ殺すつもりなんてなかったあんたとは違うの
違わないもし銃の暴発が起こらなければあなたたちはいつまでも口論と組合を続けていたわそうすればあなたたちも数手遅れで私と同じ答えに行き着いたはず
私は殺人鬼じゃないわ
いいえなり損ねただけの立派な殺人鬼
I know you have the capacity for murder in you. I just got to it
エヴ
first.
ァ姉さんは暴発に救われただけあの幸運がなければそして私があなたより先に実行に移さなければあなたが私の役をやっていたそれだけはあなたがいくら否定しようとも変わらない異なる未来の真実
わけのわからないこと言わない
Your words confuse me, woman. However, on the inside, Eva understood. Back then, she had probably been saved by that accidental discharge, by a coincidence. If the argument had continued much longer, she would surely have grown a desire to kill Kraus and the others, and might have even carried it out. She simply could not deny the existence of that demon deep within her heart. Only the theatergoers knew. They knew that she could become a killer in another world. Kyrie, who didn't have the theater-going ability, knew this fact as well. Maybe there really was something extraordinary about her after all. So, for some time, Eva could only grind her teeth in silence, still pointing her gun.
私にはわからないわあなたも自分のお腹を痛めて子を産んだ経験を持つ母のはず命の尊さをそのあなたがどうしてこれだけのことができる
子供なんて勝手にできる
そういう話じゃないでしょ
子は貸すないって言うわよね
それが何
子は夫をつなぎ止めておくための
Man, she's real fucking crazy.
ルドルフさんに私のことを認めさせあの女から彼を取り戻すための
What is this? This is Umineko When They Cry, a visual novel. You're coming in 7 out of episodes late. But that's okay, you can stick around if you like. You can see two MILFs kill each other.
だったらわかるでしょ。わかる。どういう意味？私はもう誰かの妻でもないし、母のつもりもないということよ。私は私、キリエ。ルドルフさんが死んだ今、後ろ宮でさえないわ。私は私の得になる。
It's all about me. Me, me, me.
そうよ。ルドルフが死んで、あんたが妻ではなくなったかもしれない。で、エンジェちゃんがいるでしょ。あんたはまだ母であり続けるはずよ。言ったでしょ。カスナイ。ルドルフさんがいなくなった今、エンジェは私。
I'm just gonna dump that kid. I don't need her.
それが母親が子に対して言うことなの？ネバ姉さん、やめましょうよ。綺麗事は。綺麗事？私たちって子供が欲しくて結婚したの？違うでしょ。好きな男と一緒に暮らしたいから結婚したんでしょ。
And also that rich family money.
そして結婚したんなら、その男を一生手放したくないと思うでしょ。子供はそのための武器じゃない。そんなこと考えて子供作ったりなんかしないわよ。そんなこと考えて子供を作ることもできるの？
Kyrie kept on speaking emotionlessly, ignoring the falling rain. Her relaxed smile didn't falter for an instant.
エンジェルってルドルフさんを縛り付けるためのただの鎖、あるいは家族ごっこをするための子供の役という。
Oh, I love the chess metaphors.
私にとってエンジェはルドルフさんの前で良き母を演じるときに必要な駒なだけよ。あんた、それをエンジェちゃんの前で言える？さすがに気の毒だから本人には言わないよ。悪いお母さんを許してねとでも書いて姿をくらますつもり。ローザさんとマリアちゃんを見ればわかるでしょ。ルドルフさんがいない今、エンジェなんて私を縛る鎖なだけ。
I don't want to end up like Rosa.
私は元のたった一人の切り絵に戻り、のんびりと余生を楽しむつもりよ。新しい挑戦、新しい人生、ひょっとしたら新しい恋もあるかもね。それでも人間なの。それでもエンジェちゃんの母なの。エンジェなんかしたことじゃないわよ。あんなクソガキ、可愛いと思ったことなんて一度だ。
Oh boy. This is definitely Burncastle's cruelty seeping in. She knows Angie's right there.
あなただってもう家族ごっこから解放されたでしょ。謳歌しましょうよ、女の自由を。感謝してほしいわ。ジョージ君も殺してあげたんだ。この人でなしが。
Let's go, women's wrongs. I love supporting women's wrongs. The two yells and the sound of gunfire thundered across the dark rose garden. Slowly, Eva fell backwards. Then she landed in a puddle, scattering countless drops of water. Across from her, Kyrie spun around as though dancing. Beautiful black rose petals scattered around her. The petals were a dark, dark red. As they sprayed from her throat, she span around in a circle and slowly crumpled. Damn, they got each other? Then she fell to the ground, sending muddy water flying. The two women had shot and fallen. However, when the thunder roared, only Eva sat back up. Okay, no, she's good. She's cool. She's fine, everybody. She got grazed again somehow. How does Kyrie miss twice? Eva hadn't been shot. Kyrie's intensity had made her fall backwards, but the bullet had once again slipped right past her. Eva cursed her good luck. Why couldn't this luck have saved her husband or her son?
エンジェちゃんそこで死になさい
Oh, the demon's roulette.
あんたは爆発事故で死ぬ死ぬ直前の瞬間まで置いてきた娘のことを心配していたそう刻む猫箱の蓋の上にね
Bro, are you writing in the wrong chat room? What the hell are you talking about? When Kyrie heard this, blood dripped from her grinning mouth, and she seemed to say something in response. However, her voice came out only as globs of blood from the hole in her throat, not words.
エンジェどうか落ち着いてこれはゲームですこれがあなたのお母さんの本心のわけ
I've
だ
got some bad news.
こんなのゲームマスターがキリエおばさんのコマに
I've
載
got
せてる
some
だけ
real
にす
bad
いません
news. There's no more games. The games are over. This is real. This is what real happened. But saying that did nothing to calm Anja's sobs. I don't blame her. Even if she knows it's just a game, she's been forced to see not only her mother's death, but also her mother announcing that she was the culprit of a mass murder who didn't even love her own daughter. Anyone would sob after hearing that.
ベルーン・カステルさんもういい加減にしてください誰がゲームマスターだろうと知ったことじゃない今すぐこの無意味なゲームを終わりにしてください
When Leon yelled this, the theater suddenly went pitch black, swallowed in darkness. However, that wasn't enough to shock Leon. Leon continued to yell Berncastle's name into the darkness, telling the witch to stop this game. Then, a single beam of light shone down upon the stage. Oh, hi, Claire. There was Claire, the one who had appeared for just a second right before this cruel game began.
フレルやはりこれはあなたがゲームマスターだったのですかわからないどうして
Claire didn't answer. In fact, it looked as though she hadn't even heard. Her eyes were blank, and you couldn't tell what she was looking at. In fact, she was even forgetting to blink. She looked just like a doll. Then another beam of light lit up the side of the stage. Beneath that light stood Berncastle. At that same moment, though there appeared to be no one in the audience, a thunderous applause rang out. Berncastle raised her right hand in response to the applause. She kept doing so until it died down.
ベルーン・カステルさんやはりあなたがこのゲームのマスターなんですか
Oh shit. Was all of the stuff before this tea party fake?
リオン私はゲームマスターじゃないと何度言えばわかるの
ではフレルだというのですかそんなはずはない
ええそんなはずはもちろんないよだってクレルは死んだもの私たちはその葬儀に立ち会ったはず忘れた
ではここに立っている彼女は一体
死体よ剥製じゃないよだからもちろん中身はね
Gross.
綺麗な姿で隠しているけれど
I love the guts. You've got huge guts. We did say we'd be tearing out the guts. When Berncastle raised her right hand, a light fell on it, and a black, shining scythe appeared there. It was a cold, merciless, and cruel object, like something a classic Grim Reaper might hold.
何をする気ですか？
Tear out the guts!
生きては
Tear them out!
渇きをめでる。死んでは綿をかき出してめでる。
The story's over. Tear out the guts. Rip it apart. Play in the intestines and reveal them to the world.
二度楽しめるのよ。それが感激の魔女というもの。
You don't get to let the story just end. Barncastle pressed the blade of her Reaper's scythe against Claire's stomach and slowly slid it across. The guts! Then, along the line she traced, Claire's dress was sliced open. It was now clear that the scythe she held was not a fake one for theatrical use, and it was clear just what she planned to do next that made her cruel smile so fitting.
エンジェ、私の声が聞こえる？
聞こえてるわ。私をクズ肉にしたり、本を読ませてみたり、今度は何？この最悪の物語を見せつけて、私を苦しめるわけね。楽しい？ええ、楽しいでしょうね。私も楽しませてもらったわよ。これぐらいで、私が音を上げると思った。あんたの悪
She
趣
doesn't
味な
know
ゲーム
chat.
にこれ以上泣き叫んでなんかやるもんですか。
あんたも、そしてリオンも、二人とも勘違いをしているよ。私はゲームマスターなんかじゃない。この物語も私が紡いだものなんかじゃない。
じゃあそこのドレスの女がゲームマスター？いいえ、違います。そんなはずはないんです。
There is no game
なら
master.
ゲームマスターは誰です？誰がこの悪趣味な物語を紡いでいるんですか？
まだわからない。
何がわからないというのよ。
Barncastle is so tired of people not getting the story even after it becomes so obvious.
エンジ、あなたはわずかな奇跡に全てをかけて身を投げ出してみせたわ。私はその勇気に敬意を表して
You wanted to see your family again. This is them. The real family. This is what their true faces are.
あなたの目的は何だった？家族を連れ戻す。それは
Still want it?
難しいことで、奇跡に愛されなければ到底ありえないことだ。それは覚悟していたわね。
覚悟の上よ。そして私はまだお兄ちゃんもお母さんもお父さんも諦めていない。
諦めないのは勝手。それはあなたのゲームだもの。私は応援します。干渉もする。
Don't care. Didn't watch. Too long, didn't read.
私はすでに十分楽しいだし、あなたの方、私にとって用のない
先生するわね。ならどうして私はここにいるの？招待したのはあんたじゃないの。
そうよ。招待したのは私の駒としてひとときを楽しませてくれた。そのお礼にね。
俺？魔女式のってわけね。楽しませてもらったわよ、この下道が。僕もお父さんやお母さんをこんなゲームに。
エンジェ、あなたは家族を連れ戻すことを願った。でももう一つ願っていたわ。覚えてる？
覚えてないわよ。
あの何が
There you go. Now you know. What happened on Rokinjima on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Didn't Anja leave on her journey with Amakusa because she longed to answer that question?
そうだったわね。それが何？
Well, now you know. This is the real thing, baby. Leon realized what Barncastle was getting at. Realized and was unable to say anymore. The Game Master is neither Barncastle nor Claire. Then who is it? That's the wrong question. There is no Game Master. That could mean only one thing.
エンジェ、まだわからないの？何がよ。
You've gotten too caught up
こ
in
れ
it.
が真実なの。1986年10月4日からの2日間の猫箱の中身。この後、エヴァはクワドリアンで爆発を逃れて生き残る。
But what about Battler?
そして
He like just dropped out of the story.
最後の瞬間まで沈黙を貫くことで
この真実を永遠に猫箱に閉ざした。
何を言ってるの？
エヴァ一人が生還する。いくら警察が事故だと断定しても世間は納得しようとしなかったわ。そして亡き夫に代わり会社を切り盛りしようと張り切れば張り切るほどに敵を作り、彼女が壮大な陰謀の女王であるかのようなイメージを作り上げていった。彼女は真実を語りたかったでしょうね。語ったとて証拠もなく誰も信じない真実をエヴァの心は次第に壊れていった。あなたもエヴァを拒絶し、エヴァもあなたを拒絶するように。
Nobody happy. No moral. Story end.
肉親同士の関係。マナ息子の面影をあなたに重ねては苦悩し、ますます歪んで壊れて。
Then a strange message bottle was picked up and became a topic of conversation. It contained a bizarre story, one that told of a mysterious serial murder connected to Rokonjima's gold. Everyone rejected the explosion accident theory and started to think up conspiracy theories. Some of those theories named Eva as the culprit, which tormented her even more. However, Eva used even that to build up the cat box. And until the moment of her death, she protected it. She protected the lock that held the cat box shut. So, no human would ever reach the truth inside the cat box. Not unless those witches who crossed the sea of fragments opened the lock.
これが真実よ。嘘よ。嘘よ。嘘よ。これが本当に真実だって言うなら言えるはずだわ。だって言えるわけない。言えるわけがないのよ。
Say it in red, idiot!
エンジェ落ち着いて。
Anja writhed with such strength that the chains on her arms and legs looked like they might snap. All over her body, a red, gooey liquid started to seep out. You're already dead too, Anja. It was as though cracks had opened all over her and blood was leaking out of all of them.
何？赤き真実ではっきり宣言してあげた方がいい？なら言ってあげるよ。これはすべて真実。
Anja's yell covered up Burn's red truth.
バカな子。私にそれを言わせなければ猫箱の
No
中
more
に
cat
封
box
じ
for
込め
you.
て
You're
あげ
not
る。
allowed to live in denial anymore.
でもあなたはそう言うわよね。分かってたわ。もちろん。
You don't get the pleasure of fantasizing about a better world.
そしてその絶叫に歪む顔が
This interaction is Yuri, I agree.
100年は思い出すだけで笑えるような素敵な形相だったわよ。
This is very Yuri.
戻りなさい。あこんなのは嘘よね。嘘。エンジェ。
As Anja held her head and screamed, the blood dripped from her finally grew so thick that it started scattering all over the place. Then, bit by bit, her body began to melt. No, to fall apart. Then, bits of her began to pile up on the chair, until she was nothing but a pile of guts and scraps. Put you back together just to torment you a little bit more!
「真実ってそんなにも尊いものなの？バカらしい、愚かしい。どうして人間は真実を自在にできないのかしら。バカみたいにそれだけを追い求め、そして目の当たりにして耐えられず、自らクズ肉となり果てる。ねえ、見えてる？クレル、あなたもまたこの真実を隠したかったのよね。
あなたは戯れに憧れる推理
Oh,
小
that makes
説のラスト
sense.
のようにメッセージボトルに封じるつもりで猫箱の物語をいくつも書いていた。
So she was the one who wrote them. That
そ
makes
れをあな
sense.
たは海に投じたわ。この真実を知ったら苦しむだろう者を救うためにね。あなたが猫箱で閉ざし、エヴァがそれを錠前で閉じた。その箱を私が切り裂いてあげたわ。あんたが隠したすべてが無駄。あんたが死んで隠した真実をすべて暴き出してやったわ。それがあなたの目的だったというのですか。あなたはクレルの死を恥ずかしめるためだけにこのそしてそれをエンジに見せて苦しめて。
Yeah, pretty much.
やはりあなたは邪悪な魔女だった。私は最初から魔女よ。退屈から逃れることだけが目的の旅人。生きてはめでて死しては食らって二度めでる。それが魔女の生き様よ。私にはあなたが許せない。エンジェを苦しめクレルの異なる世界の私を恥ずかしめた。私はあなたが許せない。リオン、それでもクレルにとって死してなおね。クレルは崖より投じられた時、すでに運命の袋小路に閉じ込められ
Burn
ていた。
Castle is delightfully terrible. It's great.
そんな
I
彼
love
女
her
にと
too.
ってあなたというもう一人の自分が異なる世界では幸せに生きていたことを知れたのはさぞや救いになったでしょうね。そうです。私は彼女の救いなんです。
They don't know, chat.
だから彼女の分まで一生懸命に幸せに生きなければならないんです。リオン、もう少しだけこの真実の物語を見せてあげるわ。興味はありません。いいえ、きっと面
It'll
白
be
いはず
really
よ。
fun, I
エヴァと
promise.
キリエの決闘が終わり、静寂に包まれるゲストハウス、その頃の客間へあなたを招待するわ。客間、屋敷の。
Wow, 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 wow. Back into the story we go. Burncastle snapped her fingers, and the scene of the mansion's parlor unfolded before them. In the cruel tale they had just been shown, the parlor hadn't been particularly important. Jessica had been summoned to the parlor, but when she immediately led to the dining hall and killed there. So there hadn't been anything to see in the parlor. And, in fact, there was nothing to see in the parlor now appearing before Leon.
ここに一体何があるというのですか。見ての通り何もないわ。でも見ていて、面白いものを今から見せてあげるから。あなたが言う面白いものが言葉通りの意味のわけがない。ほら、ごらんなさい。そっちよ。そっちの部屋の隅。
Burncastle was pointing at nothing more than a corner of the room. There was nothing there. She had told Leon to look there, so the latter was expecting something terrible to be there. But there really was nothing there at all.
そうね。何もないわ。この世界ではね。でも、隣り合うかけらを覗くと、どうかしらね。
On the white, blank wall, bit by bit, a splash of blood seeped into view. Then, right there, a corpse appeared. But that couldn't be.
これは、私。
It was Leon, lying dead against the wall. Ushiromiya Leon's corpse lay there exposed.
どういうことですか。これはどうして私がここに。
What, you think you get to survive past the 4th and 5th too? Come on.
この世界は私でなく、クレルの世界のはず。私とクレルは同時に存在できないはずです。
You think you're an exception? You think everything's just hunky-dory?
だから今、
You think the same thing doesn't happen in your world with the gold argument?
あなたの世界にね。意味がわかりません。つまりはこういうことよ。同じ末路をたどるということよ。
That's the height of naivete to think you're the one who gets to escape.
意味がわかりません。どうして私がここで死んでいなければならないんですか。あなたの世界で1986年10月4日親族会議に先立ちベアトリーチェの葬儀が催されたの。ええ、知っています。それが私にとっての今日であり、ついさっきです。
Have fun tomorrow, I guess.
その晩までの間に何があるかしら。何もありません。いとこたちと楽しく過ごし、親族一同で晩餐を過ごし、そして夜には親族会議だ。
And they all start arguing.
あなたは20歳になったら当主を継承するのだ。
What if you just didn't make it to 20?
それは親族たちの間でも円満に。
Thought Eva was okay with that? Kyrie and Rudolph were okay with that?
円満かどうかは知りませんが、そういうことになっているはずです。当主様が決めたことですから。
Oops, Grandpa's dead.
円満だとは信じてないようね。
What happens if Grandpa just dies and nobody knows, you know, legally that you're the head?
金蔵があなたを目に入れても痛くないほどに可愛がり、特例的に当主の座をあなたに直接継承しようとしている。そのことを親族兄弟たちが面白く思っているわけもない。
The siblings objected to having Leon succeed the headship. Even Kraus joined in, saying that Leon was still too young. Then, on the night of the family conference, Kinzo tried proposing a difficult riddle. What if they solved it?
気分の謎よ。礼拝堂の仕掛けを見ればわかる通り、金蔵は気分の仕掛けを六軒島に屋敷を築いたその当初から考えていたら、いつか次期当主を選ぶ試練に使えるかもしれないなんてロマンチックなことを考えながらね。
Kinzo decided to present that riddle at the family conference. Did he plan to give the position of successor to the person who solved it? Or did he promise to reconsider Leon's position as the successor if it was solved? Either way, Kinzo was confident. He was confident that no one would be able to solve this tough riddle which he had created himself.
あとはすでに見た真実と
They solved it anyways.
あっさりと兄弟たちに解かれ、黄金の山を巡って一悶着。そしてキリエとルドルフは翌朝の事件発覚とそれに伴う騒ぎを未然に防ぐため、深夜に殺人を決行する。いとこ部屋に集まっている
No one is left alive.
一人ずつ電話で呼び出して殺したわ。いとこの筆頭のあなたは一番最初に呼び出された。そして客間でキリエに撃たれて殺されたわ。違うわね。あなたは1986年10月4日の夕方の後ろ宮リオンだものね。だからこういうわ。あなたは今日の深夜
Have fun,
客間で
idiot.
キリエに撃たれて殺されるのよ。そんなバカな。そうだ、確率だ。
Just like... Oh.
キリエおばさんはそのような強行に及ぶのだって限りなくゼロに近いわずかの確率に違いない。あなたはそのわずかの確率の世界を見つけることができる魔女ではありませんか。いかにもその通りよ。あなたという奇跡の存在を見つけ出すために
And you still die.
8917の中のたった一つのかけらを見つけ出してきた。でもね、あなたのこの末路はね、とてもとても簡単に見つけられたのよ。だって確率などないのだもの。私はわずかの奇跡があればそれを見つけ出せる魔女。でもね、ないものは見つけられないの。私だって絶対の魔女に本当に絶対を保証する。
And what did we said? There will certainly be no miracle.
では の確率であなたはクレルとしての世界に生き、逃れ得ぬ運命に翻弄され気の毒な最後を遂げる。そして257万8917分の1の確率で後ろ宮リオンとして生き、今夜キリエに殺されるの。つまりあなたの、いいえ、あなたたちの運命は257万8917分の257万
That's rough.
8917
I just assume in any and all other worlds, the Yushiromiyas don't even exist at all.
つまりいかなる奇跡も許さない絶対の運命で
Uncertain fate with absolutely no chance for a miracle. They said it in red even way back in episode 3, I think. Sucks for you. Just when a bright light seemed to turn the world white, the scene suddenly changed back to the theater. It was the end of episode 4? Okay. On the stage, Brincastle's Reaper sight slid across Claire's stomach as the latter stood absolutely still. A red line was drawn across that white skin, exposed now that the dress had been cut and black blood began to seep out.
閉ざされた2ゲーム絶対の2日間に閉じ込められたあなたは、その2日間の猫化けの中で無限を生み出せる魔女となったわ。絶対に救われない報われないことと引き換えにね。しかしあなたは夢を見たの。それが後ろ宮リオンという夢。自分がクレルとならずに済み幸せに暮らせていたかもしれない奇跡の世界を
Well, you did, and then you still died.
自らを慰めていた。リオンを見つけるには本当に苦労したわよ。その存在はベアトが夢見た通り本当に奇跡だったんだから。そして葬儀の最後に見せつけてやりたかったのよ。その奇跡をもってしてもあんたは惨劇を逃れられやしないってね。
Though the small crack between the bars of the jail that imprisoned her, the witch called Beatrice dreamed of a world where she might have been happy. However, the space she could see through that crack in the bars was just another part of the same jail.
私があなたという人がますますにわからない。あなたはなぜこんなことをする
To
のですか
avoid boredom.
ベアトにゲームで負けたから。
I'm a petty bitch, that's literally it.
ああ、これで少しは負けたムカつきも晴れてきたわ。ねえベアト、見てる？見えてる？そして覚えてる？あなたには絶対に奇跡は起きないって私約束したわよね。さあリオン、ベアトの目の前であなたを元の世界へ戻してあげる。
Bye bye.
感激の魔女たち
Have fun
だるい一家
in the last few hours you have.
縮小気味だそうよ。だからあなたがキリエに撃たれる直前の瞬間へ送ってあげる。そしてその瞬間をベアトに見せつけてあげる。死ねやゲロカスリオン。ゲロカスベアトの最後の希望。
Boy, you know when she breaks out the crazy laugh, she's having a great time. Barncastle raised her Reaper scythe, swung it down with gusto, and plunged it deep into Claire's stomach. You need a save out of nowhere now? I've got bad news for you. This isn't that kind of story, bud.
死骸を腹渡引きずり出して恥ずかしめるのが私の一番得意なことだってのに。
She took the blade end of the scythe and heartlessly, ruthlessly, brutally raised it up into the air. Along a vertical line from Claire's stomach to her chest, the blade cut deeply, slicing Claire open. The red-black insides jutted out, then burst like a dam breaking, covering the world with dark red entrails. You think Kinza's memory was spotless? You think he wouldn't try to make himself look better in that story?
私はお父様のことを敬愛いたしております。でもそのお父様の気持ちには
He thought Kinza would just get away looking like a really sad, tragic old man.
どうしてあなたたちは私を助けたんですか？どうして死なせてくれなかったんですか？私はあの時の大怪我でこんな体で生きさせられている。こんな体で生きていたくなんかなかった。こんな恋をすることもできない体で、そんなの生きる価値がないんじゃな
Wow,
いで
this
す
is the
か？
most blatant it's ever been.
そんなの人間じゃない。核じゃないですか。そう。私は核なんだ。どうして私はあの時に死なせてくれなかったんですか？
Just hammering it in. Just hammering it in. When I came to, I was in the parlor of the mansion. When did I get here? I heard a sound behind me, then slowly turned around. And there, I could see down the frigid barrel of the gun Aunt Kyrie was pointing. Then, she slowly pulled the trigger. It's suffering all the way down, people! I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body like a knife slicing through the butter. Prepared for death, and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. The world had been cut in two. Kyrie was frozen in place like a statue, still pointing her gun with a cold smile on her face. And had been cut in half at an angle, the top part of her slowly... Frieza?! No, that wasn't quite right. That wasn't right at all. It wasn't just Kyrie. The whole world had been sliced in half at an angle, and was slowly sliding off to one side. Then, immediately after fissures seemed to appear across the world, it shattered. Hey, Will. How you been? The Chad has arrived.
あなたは
猫を飼ってると飼い主も似るもんさ。
He pointed at Berncastle with the tip of the pitch-black sword that had sliced the world, glaring at her.
なに？戻ってきたのは気まぐれだって言いたいの？
お前がいい話で終
Of
わら
course
せるわ
not.
け
What do you think you're dealing with?
そこまでベアトリーチェが憎いか。
私が勝ち逃げなんて許すと思う？私に敗北の屈辱を味わわせてくれた分、たっぷりとお返しをしないとね。私、根に持つと100年は忘れないわ。
根のくれえやつだ。
私の心をないがしろにしないでほしいわね。
大丈夫か、リオ。どうした？おい。
Leon had suddenly doubled over, groaning.
胸は痛いんです。これは
Will roughly grabbed the hand that was pressed against Leon's chest and tore it away. Blood was seeping out from where Leon's hand had been. It was the place that the bullet would have entered if Kyrie had shot Leon.
リオンの体には自分の運命をね。
リオン、しっかりしろ。くそ、鎖か。
When Will tried to pick Leon's body up, he finally noticed the chains attached to each wrist and ankle. This song goes crazy. Dun 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 dun.
連れて逃げる気？逃がさないわよ。リオンが血を吐いてあまたの世界すべてに希望がないことを絶望してもだえながら死ぬところを今からみんなで鑑賞して楽しむんだから。
リオンは見せ物じゃ。
Will swung his pitch black sword and destroyed the chains binding Leon. The chains and shackles shattered into little bits like glass, then vanished.
私の遊びを邪魔するの。
てめえは神じゃねえ。できるのは運命を嘲笑うことだけだ。リオンの運命はリオンが決める。人間の運命をおもちゃにするんじゃねえ。
The Senate! I am the Senate!
リオンだけじゃなくあんたも用済みなのよ。ベアとのファンタジーをミステリーだと断言してぶった切ってくれた。あんたの役目はそれでおしまい。おとなしく帰ってやればそれで見逃して。
Yeah, but Will's not that kind of guy.
のこのこと戻ってきたからに私のおもちゃにされても文句は言えないよね。おいでなさい。私の可愛い子猫たちみんなでガリガリと引っかいてきれいぶどうの皮をつるんとひんむくみたいに。
Grapes! I've heard they're easy to acquire and eat. When Berncastle clapped her hands twice, countless pairs of glaring jewels appeared all around Will and Leon. They were clearly cat eyes, but the way the drool hung from their mouths looked far more terrifying than any cat. Yeah, Beato gets the goats, Berncastle gets the cats. The number of jewels surrounding them already reached into the thousands. Will pointed his sword in one direction after another, warding off the surrounding cats.
しっかりしろ。お前は撃たれてなんかいねえ。撃たれたことを、いや、撃たれることを認めるんじゃね
え。Leon tried to fight an incredible tearing pain. No, it was a fight against the promised future that Berncastle had shown. However, the stake of that future, which the Witch of Miracles had guaranteed would contain no miracle, was firm and merciless. Bit by bit, and yet unceasingly, it continued to pierce into Leon's chest.
いいか、俺が一瞬だけ包囲を。そして全力で走れ。どこまでもまっすぐ。方向は大事じゃねえ。ここから遠ざかることだけを意識して。ただ一つ。無駄限り努力します。
Dun 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 dun.
無理な時、弱音を吐くな。俺が許さねえ。クレルも許さねえ。お前はクレル257万8917分の1の希望だろうが、お前が諦めた。
That's right, you gotta do your best, Gambate.
だからくじけるんじゃねえ。あがいてあがくんだよ。奇跡を探すんじゃねえ。お前が奇跡になるんだ。
He's so based.
幸せな未来へたどり着くんだよ。くじけるんじゃねえ。弱音を吐くんじゃねえ。もう一度弱音を言ってみろ。今度は俺がお前の尻をつねってやる。
はい。この奇跡の魔女の前で奇跡になれとよくも言えたものだわ。奇跡など所詮はファンタジー。ミステリーで断罪されたこの世界で這いつくばって無慈悲に虫けらのように死になさい。感激の魔女たちはそれを見届けたくて心待ちにしている
I'm
のよ。
glad Berncastle's having a good time.
何がミステリー。心のねミステリーなんぞ。
The heart!
認めると思うか。 三味線になりてえ猫がかかってきた。せい、まとめてかかってこいよ。 SSVD 首席異端審問官ウィラード H ライト、これが最後の刃だ。
撃ちやれ子猫たち。
There's a lot of cats. At once, all of the cat eyes opened wide, undulating and spinning in a spiral, then swallowed Will up. But Will and Leon weren't swallowed up. The cats that had flown in at them from all directions were now being launched away like they were a balloon popping around the pair.
あら、やるじゃない。
子猫に用はねえ。親猫しか眼中にねえんだな。奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル、伸びすぎた爪を研いでやら。
Beat her ass. I don't know what it'll solve, but beat her ass. Another flash of the black blade spun in a dark tornado and scattered the cats once more. Leon, realizing that this was the opening Will had planned, ran all out, still clutching at a heaving chest.
走ります。
ダイアナはすぐ腹を壊す。ミルクを温めてから食べる。
By the time Leon asked Will to repeat what he had said, he had already leapt onto the stage and was now confronting Berncastle. Stage fight! It was like the climax of a show. Loud cheers erupted from the pitch-black audience seating. On either side of Claire, who lay with her insides exposed, stood Will with his pitch-black sword and Berncastle with the scythe that could harvest miracles from fate. God forbid a woman have hobbies.
ディオンを客間に呼び出して射殺した。悪いな。そんな真実とやらミステリーが認めるわけにはいかねえ。こいつは全てファンタジー。
ファンタジー、そういうことにしてリオンの運命を逃れさせるつもり？やってごらんなさいな。
Oh god, she's flash stepping. She's flash stepping and crazy laughing at the same time. That's true. We didn't get to see shit. Surely Will's black sword must have cut through Berncastle's body. However, it had no effect, like cutting the reflection of the moon on the water.
手がかり。
キリエとルドルフが犯人だとさ。お前キリエたちが犯人であることを示す手がかりはいずれのゲーム中にも存在しない。
あるわけないじゃない。あったとしても島は丸ごと。
There are no clues to find.
つまり手がかりなしってわけ。ならばそれはミステリーじゃねえ。ファンタジーだ。
はあ。
That's quite the twisted logic, but I guess that's how you win in these games. It's impossible for an unproven truth to become a truth in the human world. In other words, even the actual truth cannot cross across the boundary of a cat box.
真実を猫箱に閉じ込めようというの？それがミステリーの戦い方なの？
With a laugh like the howl of a wild animal, Berncastle carelessly tossed her scythe aside.
戦うのさえもバカらしい。おいでゲロカス。好きなだけ私を切ってごらんなさい。あんたの言い分全部聞いてあげるわ。
貴様、心をないがしろにした。
Yeah, we get to hear Will's rules now.
に触れてやら。
20のくさびで私を倒せなかった時覚悟することね。さあ、おいで。遊んであげるわ。20のくさびとやら。はあ。
Yeah, the end of the tea party. I guess we gotta do the... There's still another tea party, right? I don't know, they're kind of... They're changing things up at this point. There's too many... I'm not gonna read all the names anymore. It's too long now. There's too many characters. Yeah, the question marks remains? Okay. Willard's in Golden Fantasia? I didn't know that, but now that's cool. I'm not even... there's so many names now, I'm not gonna bother reading them all. Williard H. Wright. I'll read his. 7th game, Requiem of the Golden Witch. Yeah, I'll stream Golden Fantasia after this is all wrapped up, of course. That was always the plan. We're almost there, that's right. Oh god, there's still more, okay. Trying to ignore an incredible pain in the chest, Leon kept on running and running without stopping. I dashed out of the theater-going witches and ran through an incomprehensible world of blackness. Before I knew it, I was running through a place that looked like a sea of stars, or maybe the bottom of the ocean with stars scattered around. There are still technically spoilers in Golden Fantasia? I bet. If I get careless for a second, I'll probably trip. No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell if I'm running, or just making running motions as I freefall, endlessly sinking deeper into the ocean of stars. I just kept on running without any goal or target. I mustn't stop moving. I mustn't fall down here. If I fall, I'll crush the hope of the me's in countless worlds. It is a happy world that the Beatrices dream of. Say no more. Say no more about any future spoilers. Just don't say anything. You don't have to say anything at all. There's a happy world that the Beatrices dreamed of, and I'm their last hope, the only one who can reach that world. You don't even have to tell me there's still spoilers in Golden Fantasia at this point. You don't have to say that. Just don't say anything. I wasn't planning to look at Gold Fantasia until the whole thing was over, okay? Even though I understand this, the truth thrust in front of me by the witch who controls miracles, who says there can be no miracle, is cruelly gouging itself into my chest. Then Leon finally succumbed to the fierce pain and fate and fell over. Leon's body was held roughly from behind and lifted up. Hi, Will. I guess he won his fight.
割とそうでもね、くじけるんじゃねえ。尻をつねるぞと言ったはずだ。
ごめんなさい。本当にごめんなさい。でも私はあの日そこで。
It's all a bit fruity, yeah.
そうだ。人は誰だって最後なら。その人生はすべて無意味なんだ。違うだろ。人生の意味も価値も人生そのものすら人が自分で描くんだ。押し付けられた運命が何だったんだ。受け入れるな。世界はお前が紡げ。自らで。
ビル、あなたも火だろ。
He doesn't need it. It's fine. There were rips all over Will's body. Also, his left arm had been brutally torn from the elbow, his clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a blood-stained scarecrow. Then Leon noticed. Though this place had once felt like a sea filled with stars both above and below them, those stars had now gathered together and were surrounding them. It was a huge, even number of all stars, all glaring at the two of them. Will was holding Leon with one arm. He couldn't take his sword out. However, he didn't let go. He was determined to let Leon escape from here, to lead Leon towards the happy tale that the Beatrice had dreamed of. Behind the cats whose eyes glowed out of the empty darkness, the queen of cats who permitted no miracles appeared.
ウィラウド、リオンを下ろしなさい。そしたらあなただけは見逃してあげるわ。
書面で大法廷に出せ。審議してやるぜ。
ウィル、私は。
置いてはいかねえぜ。お前に教えてやる。どうして俺が SSVD
Yeah, why did you
やめんの
quit?
そういえば私も知らないよ。それどうして？
クソったるな。お涙ちょうだいのミステリーばっかりに飽きたからだよ。ハッピーエンド上等。逃げ延びてやるぜ。俺が教えてやるんだよ。
He's so cool.
バッドエンドしかないと絶望して死んだベアトリーチェにハッピーエンドもあり得るんだって。だから絶対にお前を降ろさね
ウィル。
It's a little hard to believe him at this stage, but we'll see him go for it.
猫ども、左の二の腕もくれてやるぜ。欲しけりゃ両足もくれてやる。だがな、絶対にリオンだけは離さねえ。俺が張ってでもこいつをお前というバッドエンドから逃がしてやる。
いいのリオン。ウィルはあんたをかばって死ぬ気？嫌でしょ。私なんか放って逃げてくださいってお言いなさいよ。ウィル。
おう。
私に離さないでください。逃げ延びます。絶対に。
This is great. This is good stuff. As he said this, Will held Leon tight.
というわけだ。あがくぜ、ベルンカステル。
私たちは奇跡を諦めない。
絶対に奇跡は訪れないと奇跡の魔女が約束したのに。
I reject your authority.
さよなら、二人とも。忘却の深夜、死すら迎えられずに誇りに降り積もられて消え去りなさい。さあ、子猫たち、殺せとは命じないよ。その出番の終わった駒二つをお片付けなさい。
100 million, a trillion, 10 quadrillion cats all bared their fangs. In the starry sky of cat eyes, countless flesh-colored mouths open, exposing countless teeth. The world was wrapped in flesh and blood and fangs. 10 more billion cats! Okay, now we can read the Secret Tea Party. I got an achievement, by the way, that says, Rest in Pieces. The Tea Party for those who are not human. God, how long will this one be? Two white pieces were set on the chessboard. The countless black pieces surrounding them were now just packed together, not even placed on squares. Berncastle tipped the two white pieces over, and took them off the board.
こんなところでおしまいでいいかしら。
Yeah, I don't really
や
care.
はりそなたの朗読は耳に馴染むぞ、我が巫女よ。
あんたのお望み通り、腹渡の内側
The
まで
guts!
書き出してやった。答え合わせにはこれで十分でしょ。
実に満足しているぞ。そなたが明かした答えを鍵に、これまでの物語を遡り、まるで宝石箱のような密室の数々を一つずつ開いていこう。鍵を得ることは楽しい。そしてその鍵で個々を開いていくことはもっと楽しい。 ご苦労であった我が巫女よ。これより先は私一人でゆっくりと思考を楽しみたい。もう十分であるぞ。
The witch of theater going sat back in her rocking chair, a satisfied smile on her face, as though enjoying a pleasant aftertaste. There was no need for a game board anymore. She just had to go back in her mind through the whole set of tales to check whether her theory was right or not. It seemed to leave her pleasantly drunk, even better than the most expensive wine.
私は
Can I go now?
ご苦労であった我が巫女よ。その任を解く。私は再び眠りにつく。この心地よきまどろみを数百年
Alright,
にわ
well
たって楽しみたい。
you have fun with your nap.
そして私が再び飽きるとき、そなたは私を楽しませるために、また新しい物語を見つけてくるのだ。それまでの数百年のひととき、そなたの自由を許す。あっぱれであったぞ、ベルンカステル。かわいい、かわいい、我が巫女よ。
知ったことじゃないわ。勝手に干からびて死になさいよ。じゃあね、未来永劫さようなら。
数百年ごときをそなたは未来永劫と呼ぶというのか？
Featherian's consciousness slowly faded away. Alright, she's gonna take a real long nap now, or a real short nap, depending on your perspective. As the owner of the study's slumber grew deeper, the lights about the room slowly darkened.
永遠におやすみ、アウアウローラ。このゲーム版はあんたにはもう不要よね。私がもらっていくわ。
Berncastle reached out towards Beato's game board, which lay on the table in front of Featherine's rocking chair, and tapped it twice. The game board and the pieces flew into the air, folded up, and put themselves away, then landed on Berncastle's outstretched right hand.
私、まだ全然ゲームマスターをやってい
I
ないの
know.
よ。
You were on
私は
training
ベア
wheels
と
the
の
whole
葬儀
time.
をやっただけ。そして腹渡を引きず
The
り出
guts,
し
the
ただ
guts,
け。
the guts.
まだ何にもやっちゃいない。
Berncastle's smile twisted evilly. Then the game board floated up once again, and a world unfolded itself above Berncastle's palm.
さあ、ベアとのゲーム版の駒たち。私を最高
What
に
makes me
楽し
think
ま
this
せ
story has a happy
最
ending?
高に
Nothing.
感激
I don't think it
の思いを
does.
紡がせてあげるよ。おののきなさい。約束された絶対の運命を。奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルの名において、そしてベアとのゲームの
The final
最後
game
のゲームマスタ
master.
ーとして宣言するわ。ただ宣言するだけじゃつまらないわね。ベアとのゲームにのっとって赤き真実で宣言してやった方がいいかしら。それがいいんじゃない？まだ甘い夢を見てる魔女どももいるみたいだし。あらあら。
She's been hanging out.
いるわよね。私のいるところならどこへでも。言ってやりなさいよ。甘い夢見てる魔女ども。そうするわ。奇跡の魔女として、そして最後のゲームマスターとして最後のゲームを宣言する。
None of you witches in the audience have any naive hopes, I hope.
そして約束する。このゲームにハッピーエンドは与えない。
No happy end. A story can have love and not end happily. single girl was crying in a desolate, quiet chapel. She was a small girl, only 6 years old. The girl who would, for 12 years starting now, lament the fact that she wasn't on this island during October 4th and 5th, 1986. Then, a single man appeared. The man noticed the girl, walked up to her quietly, trying not to scare her, and put his arms gently around her shoulders.
お兄ちゃん。
探したぞ、エンジェ。
Hi, Battler. The girl jumped into her big brother's chest and started crying again. It's been a while. You've been kind of missing for the
ど
plot.
うした？何をそんなに悲しんでいるんだ？
今日
You kind of dropped out even in the game board there for a bit.
テレビでお母さんは悪い人たちとつながりがあったって。
No, we're not gonna draw baby Ange sprite.
だからうちのお父さんとお母さんが犯人でみんなを殺したんだろうって。エヴァおばさんにそんなことないよねって聞いたのに。
It's true, we didn't see Battler die. That's certainly something worth considering.
お父さんとお母さんは悪くなんかないよね。ねえ。
かわいそうに。みんながあの島であの日何があったのかをそこに教わり。
When the man pointed to the floor, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered there and created a chair. The girl obediently sat down on it.
お兄ちゃんは知ってるよね。お父さんとお母さんは悪い人じゃないって知ってるよね。
ああ、もちろんだとも。誰も悪い人なんかいないって。
じゃあ教えて。あの日何があったの？露見島で何があったの？
いいとも。話してあげるよ。あの日、あの島で何があったのか。
それは怖い話。
まさか。
それは悲しい話？
とんでもない。
それはどんな話？
聞いたエンジェが自分で決めるといい。決して辛い話じゃないんだよ。だからお聞き。
うん。バトラーお兄ちゃん。
あの日、お兄ちゃんたちは六軒島へ行ったんだよ。とても大勢でね。大事な親族会議があることになってたんだ。まずはどこから話したものかな。これがエンジェに捧げる最後のゲーム。お聞き、エンジェ。あの日、六軒島で何があったのか。これは辛い話でも悲しい話でもないんだよ。
I guess we'll find out which game is true. Interesting. Two competing games, perhaps? Or just layers within layers? We'll have to find out, won't we? Well, I guess I'll find out. Lots of you already know. I'm sure Part 8 will be Kano. I've never doubted it. I've been all in on this being the Kano train. I am thinking I'll probably just go right into episode 8 instead of playing another game in between like I usually do. I gotta know. I gotta know. So we'll probably start episode 8 next week. I'm excited. I'm pretty excited. I think it'll be a good time. It'll be fun for sure. Yeah, who knows if there will be a post-credits thing. I always just stick around through the credits because they're not very long. Unlike some games, which are very long. See, there they go. They're done. It's gonna slowly fade out. I don't think there's any important tips for me to read this time. Achievement unlocked, brother and sister. Cool. I don't think there's any important tips for me to read this time. I'm probably just gonna cut it here because it's been a bit long. Oh wow, the picture of Will and Leon. That's cool. But thanks for watching, everybody. I really enjoyed part 7. I'm excited to see where it goes. Who's streaming right now? Who should I raid? Go raid Sagem? I'm not gonna raid Sagem. He doesn't need it. Let's go raid Bridget, because she's playing Danganronpa, which will be a very, very funny contrast. Go have fun with Komida. And I'll see everybody on Thursday for Street Fighter 6. That will be that'll be next week. That'll be next Thursday. Next week episode 8 starts. See you then.